Swiped right into murder. Written by Onyx. Narrated by Faye Carraway. Chapter 1. I'd just settled behind my desk at Driftwood Cove Properties with a stack of listing folders when the office door swung open fast enough to wake the dead, which, given my recent track record, was always a possibility. Daisy Sullivan rolled in on her red mobility scooter like she owned the place. Roger, her friend, followed close behind on his matching scooter, both of them lined up like a tiny parade in the doorway. "Vylette, I need a word with you. Can we go outside?" Jill looked up from the reception desk, one brow lifting. Roger gave her a small wave that she returned with a faint smile. "Morning, Daisy," I said, already mentally calculating what favour I was about to owe. "Is everything all right?" "Not in here, out there." Daisy pointed toward the sidewalk. I pushed back my chair and followed as Daisy and Roger reversed their scooters and backed out onto the sidewalk. Once we were a few feet away from the office windows, just far enough that Jill would have to really listen hard to eavesdrop, Daisy set her scooter brake and turned. She sat there without getting up. "One of my friends needs to sell her house and do it right away. I told her to call you and nobody else." I nodded, feeling that familiar mix of professional pride and mild dread that came with Daisy's endorsements. "Thank you. I appreciate that. It's very kind. Who is she?" Daisy pressed her lips together, as if testing how much to say. "Eleanor Whitmore. We've known each other since high school. We're close. Close as you can be when one of you lives in her own home and the other is in a retirement home, if you know what I mean." Roger shifted on his seat and looked toward the harbour as if to give us the illusion of more privacy. "I know of her. She has that big Victorian home on Seaview Terrace." "That's the one. She wants to sell it," Daisy said. "I'm sensing something more is going on. Why is she selling?" "You're correct. Something's going on all right. She's always been careful with money. She's kept every receipt since 1972, colour-coded. Now suddenly, she's out of money and desperate to sell her house and won't tell me why. She's not even saying where she's going to move to, and that's extremely out of character." "She won't tell you anything at all?" I asked. "Only to say that it's urgent," Daisy said. "She says she's found a new future and needs the money. Then she changes the subject and asks about my bingo scores. I've known her for over 40 years, and she's never been secretive like this." I glanced back at the office window. Jill pretended not to look, which meant she was absolutely listening with every fibre of her being. "Are you telling me because you want me to talk with her and find out?" "I want you to help her sell the house if that's what she decides. I told her she can't sell with anyone but you. I need you to keep an eye on her while you do it. She won't let me fuss over her, not when I'm the one with the scooter and the cafeteria meals. She still thinks she's the strong one." I nodded. Daisy continued. "I'd go over more, but it's hard for Roger and me to get around from the home. It's not like the old days when I could get around better." Roger finally turned back. "Eleanor trusts Daisy. If Daisy trusts you, that's worth something." "Thank you." This was the part of the job that made all the long hours worthwhile. "I'll take good care of her. I'll keep my eyes open." "You always do," Daisy said. "She said she'll call you this week. I told her you were the best. That will ruffle Bass's feathers because Eleanor's housekeeper is some relative of Bass's wife. No doubt he'll expect to get the listing." I smiled. Annoying Bass Matthews, the realtor from the opposing real estate firm, was always a bonus. Daisy leaned over and patted my arm. Now, Roger owes me a muffin from Driftwood Cove Cafe, and I don't want the good ones gone. You let me know once you talk to her, okay? I will, and thank you again for the recommendation. I'll make it up to you. No need for that. They turned their scooters toward the corner in perfect sync, and I watched them speed away for a moment before heading back inside. What was that about? Jill asked as I passed her desk, pretending she hadn't heard. Daisy has a friend who wants to sell her house. She feels something's off and she wants me to keep an eye on her. Jill nodded once. If Daisy's worried, then it is off. Before I could answer, my office phone rang. Jill glanced at the caller ID and held up a hand. It's the bank, she said. Driftwood Cove Credit Union. I picked up. Driftwood Cove Properties, this is Vylette. A polite voice explained that Dorothy Chen's family wanted an estate appraisal on her house for probate. They needed it quickly. Dorothy had passed a few days earlier. I heard about that, I said, my stomach doing an unpleasant flip. They said she took her own life, didn't they? There was a pause. I believe so. The family wants to move on with the sale as fast as possible. Can you pick up the keys at our office and get us a written appraisal by the end of the week? Yes, I'll stop by this afternoon. I hung up and sat for a moment looking at the notepad on my desk. Dorothy Chen. I remembered the small colonial on the edge of town, neat hedges and a tidy front walk. I'd never met Dorothy, only heard comments from one of the waitresses at Driftwood Cove Cafe about how sudden it had all been, how no one saw it coming. Everything all right? Jill asked. I have to do an estate appraisal for Dorothy Chen's place. The family wants to sell fast. Jill's mouth pressed in sympathy. Poor things. That's 2 houses that need quick sales, I said, wondering if it was the beginning of a buyer's market or just a casual coincidence. More money for us, Jill mumbled. Gavin will be excited, if he ever decides to show up today. I looked over at Gavin's empty desk. Where is he? Emergency dentist appointment. At least that's what he said. Oh well, he can't help that if it was an emergency. I suppose not, but it's inconvenient. He's leaving you to do all the work. I suppressed a smile. For Jill, Gavin couldn't do anything right. By the afternoon, I had the keys in hand and pulled my car up in front of Dorothy's house. It looked exactly as I remembered it from driving past, solid and symmetrical, with white clapboard siding and yellow shutters set neatly on either side of the windows. The front door sat dead centre beneath a modest portico, flanked by 2 evenly spaced windows that gave the house a composed, almost formal look. A single porch chair rested near the door, positioned just so. Everything about the place suggested order, restraint, and the kind of picture-perfect normal that hadn't changed in decades. No cars in the drive, no sign of life at all. Which made sense, given the circumstances. I stepped out, locked my car out of habit, even though the entire neighbourhood could probably see me from their windows, then unlocked the front door with the key marked Main. It turned smoothly. The air inside met me like a wall. Not just still, cold. Cold enough that I paused with my hand still on the doorknob. I'd walked into plenty of empty houses. They often felt still. This felt different. The temperature dropped another degree as I shut the door behind me, and goosebumps raced at my arms. Standard appraisal, I told myself, more for the sound than the reassurance. Square footage, condition, market comps, easy peasy. I moved through the living room first, noting the sofa, the tidy shelves, the way everything sat as if waiting for someone to come back with a grocery bag and a sigh. I jotted the basics in my notebook, my other hand brushing the light switch, even though I knew the electricity was still on. Old habits. In the kitchen, clean dishes sat in the rack. A calendar on the wall still showed this month, days neatly checked off until they suddenly stopped. My fingers hovered over the square where the marks ended, and something cold settled in my chest that had nothing to do with the temperature. The cool in the air seemed to settle into my skin, wrapping around my bones like it planned to stay. I went up the stairs, my steps sounding too loud on the carpeted treads. Halfway up, the hairs on my arms rose. By the time I reached the landing, I could see my breath in a faint, pale puff. That isn't normal, I whispered, because apparently talking to myself in a dead woman's house was my new thing. I turned toward the hallway that led to the bedrooms. The light at the far end flicked once without warning, then steadied. Right then, I knew I wasn't alone. My feet refused to move. A shape hovered just past the second doorway. At first, my mind tried to make it into a trick of light, a reflection, anything normal. Then it resolved into something more. The wispy shape of a woman appeared. She was transparent around the edges, her form flickering like a bad TV signal, as if some unseen breeze kept trying to pull her apart. Her hair hung around her shoulders, her clothes blurred and shifting. Her expression carried a strain that went straight through my ribs and squeezed. My first thought was that I should look away, close my eyes, count to 10. My second was that I'd already done this once, in a library with a sea captain who refused to consider himself dead, and looking away hadn't made him any less real. "Dorothy?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. It had to be Dorothy. The figure's head turned toward me. The air around us tightened, like someone had sucked all the oxygen out of the hallway. "I didn't end my life," the ghost said. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, thin and strained but clear. The words wavered, like someone trying to speak through water. Dorothy flickered. Her outline broke, then pulled back together like a puzzle reassembling itself. I gripped my pen so hard it dug into my fingers. "He killed me to keep me quiet," she said. Cold washed down my back like someone had dumped ice water over my head. My mind jumped to the police report, the quick acceptance of what had seemed like a simple, sad story of someone ending their own life. Case closed, move along. "Who?" I asked, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Who killed you?" Dorothy's form dimmed for a heartbeat, then sharpened again. She reached out a hand. It blurred at the edges, as if the world couldn't quite hold it, couldn't quite decide if it was there or not. "Don't trust." The last word scattered before it formed, dissolving into nothing. Dorothy's shoulders twisted as if she fought something unseen, something pulling her back. Her shape thinned until the hallway behind her showed through completely. For one more second, I saw the desperate set of her mouth, the way her eyes pleaded with me to understand. Then she was gone. The light at the end of the hall steadied again. The temperature crawled back up, not all the way to normal, but enough that my breath no longer showed. The house settled back into its eerie quiet. I realised I hadn't moved. I was standing in the middle of Dorothy Chen's upstairs hall with my notebook sagging in one hand and my other hand pressed against the wall to keep my balance, because my knees had apparently decided they were done being reliable. Danny, my ghost hunter friend and part-time property photographer, and Jill's brother, not that you'd know it to look at them, was right. My abilities weren't just nudges or feelings anymore. They'd apparently decided to go full horror movie on me. I reminded myself I was there to do a job. Then I'd worry about what Dorothy had said. I finished the bare minimum of the appraisal with mechanical care, writing down room sizes and general condition, while my mind replayed Dorothy's broken message on loop. As soon as I had enough to run numbers later, I locked up and practically ran to my car. I sat there with my hands on the steering wheel, staring at the quiet house like it might suddenly sprout teeth. I pulled out my phone and hit Danny's number before I could talk myself out of it. Because apparently, paranormal investigator friend was now a job requirement in my life. He answered on the second ring. Please tell me you're calling because there's a cold spot or a weird noise, and not because you want me to photograph paint colours. This isn't about house photography. I'm at Dorothy Chen's house. My voice sounded thin in my own ears, like it had been stretched too far. I was doing the appraisal. Danny went quiet fast. Are you all right? I saw her, I said, the words tumbling out. Not like the way I usually get those feelings. I mean, I actually saw her. She was at the end of the hallway. Wow, a full manifestation. The excitement in his voice was unmistakable. What happened? She talked, and I think she was trying to answer my question. I stared at the front windows, half expecting Dorothy to appear in one of them, pressing her transparent hands against the glass. She said she didn't end her life. She said he killed her to keep her quiet. She told not to trust something or someone. The last word cut out. Who does she want to warn? That's just it. I don't know, but she said she didn't end her own life, and then she said he killed her to keep her quiet. We have to go back in there tonight. Full setup. Cameras, EMF, audio, the whole thing. Maybe she'll try again. Not possible. It's not my listing yet, I said, because apparently my brain had decided to focus on the legal issues instead of the whole murdered woman's ghost thing. I don't have the keys permanently. I have to drop the keys back to the bank. We don't need keys. We'll find some other way in. No, definitely not. Going back after hours without permission would be trespassing. She's trying to tell you something. That doesn't happen to just anyone. You know that. You can't pretend it didn't. She's reaching out. I'm not special. I think the ghost was desperate, that's all. That's why she was trying to tell me. I pressed my fingers against my forehead hard enough to hurt. The house sat quiet and neat and absolutely not empty behind the windshield, mocking me with its normalcy. Well, if she's desperate, there's even more reason to go back there. I'll think about it, I said. Don't wait too long. Whatever's going on there, it feels urgent. We hung up, and I knew he was right. The car stayed still around me. My phone buzzed again almost immediately, this time with a text, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. Hi, Vylette. This is Eleanor Whitmore. Daisy Sullivan gave me your number. Could you come by tomorrow to talk about putting my house on the market? I typed back with shaking fingers. Of course. What time works for you? We set a time for late morning. When the details were confirmed, I finally started the car and drove home, the road blurring into a grey ribbon between one haunted house and another that at least had the courtesy to introduce itself early. One ghost telling me she was murdered, and now a client who had a big secret, according to Daisy. Just another day in the glamorous world of Driftwood Cove real estate. By the time I reached Briggs Manor, Dusk had settled over Driftwood Cove like a blanket someone had forgotten to shake out first. The wrought iron gate stood open just enough for my car. The house rose up out of the overgrown gardens, familiar and imposing, and oddly comforting compared to the quiet menace of Dorothy's tidy cottage. At least when ghosts lived here, they were upfront about it. Inside, the foyer welcomed me with its stained glass and marble, unchanged. The air felt warmer here, as if the house itself approved of my arrival. I found the captain in his usual place in the library, a glass of brandy resting on the side table, his gaze turned toward the sea through the tall windows. His telescope stood angled toward the horizon. Edgar the raven perched on the back of a leather chair, feathers sleek, watching everything with those beady little eyes that missed nothing. The captain turned as I stepped into the room. His expression shifted the way it did when he read storm warnings in the sky. Apparently, I looked as rattled as I felt. "What? You're late," Edgar, the resident raven, snapped. I dropped my bag on a chair and sank into another, suddenly exhausted down to my bones. My hands still didn't feel entirely steady. I had an appraisal at Dorothy Chen's house. She recently passed away. I told them everything. The cold, the hallway, the way Dorothy had appeared and spoken, how the words had broken at the end like a radio signal cutting out. By the time I finished, the brandy in the captain's hand hadn't moved, though the liquid inside the glass swayed faintly, as if something unseen had passed through it. "You handled it well the first time you saw me," the captain said when I stopped. "Why is it so different seeing another departed being?" "That's because when I first saw you, I thought I was losing my mind," I said, letting my head fall back against the chair. "The jury's still out on that one. Maybe I am crazy." "What? Not crazy," Edgar said, tilting his head at that unnatural angle birds could do. "Special." I let out a breath that was almost a laugh, because what else could I do? Special. Right. Thanks, Edgar. Chapter 2. The next morning, Driftwood Cove Properties felt almost peaceful when I unlocked the door. Early light lay across the reception area, catching on the neat row of folders Jill had lined up on the front counter the night before. Almost peaceful, except for Gavin Limbrick, my only working real estate agent, hunched over the small printer in the corner, one hand pressed to his jaw. "Morning," I said, setting my bag down. "You're here early." Gavin turned and I had to suppress a wince. The left side of his face looked like he tried to smuggle a tennis ball in his cheek. His eyes were slightly watery, and when he tried to speak, the words came out mushy and distorted. "Had to print the Lythingth," he said, then grimaced and held up a finger. He pulled out his phone and typed rapidly, then showed me the screen. "Had to print the listings. Couldn't sleep anyway. Wisdom teeth." "Ouch," I said. "When did you get them out?" He held up one finger, then typed again. "Yesterday afternoon. Still can't feel half my face." "Go home if you need to," I said. "The listings can wait." Gavin pointed at his desk, which had 2 listing presentation folders. That had to mean he had 2 listing appointments today. He was dedicated, I'd give him that. For a few quiet minutes, it was just the soft hum of the printer as I checked the day's appointments. Jill arrived with a reusable cup from Driftwood Cove Cafe in one hand and her bag in the other. "Morning, Vylette," she said, then noticed Gavin. "Oh, you're here. It's good that you decided to show up today." "He got his wisdom teeth out yesterday," I told her. Gavin straightened immediately, and I watched his expression shift into something painfully hopeful, despite the swelling. "Morning, Jill," he managed, the words coming out like he had a mouthful of marbles. Jill barely glanced at him as she set her cup down and hung her cardigan over the back of her chair. "You sound weird." "Wisdom teeth," Gavin said, pointing at his jaw. Jill woke up her computer with a tap, already moving on. "Try not to drool on the client files." Gavin's ears went red, but he just nodded and turned back to the printer, shoulders slumping slightly. "You look like you slept," Jill said to me. "Better than some days lately." "I did," I said, or at least I stopped checking the time after midnight. Which was progress, considering I'd spent a good portion of the evening replaying Dorothy Chen's ghostly warning and wondering if I was slowly losing my grip on reality. Standard Tuesday night stuff. "That counts." Jill slid into her chair. "Is your meeting with Eleanor still on?" "How do you know about that? I only got the text from her after I left the office." Jill stared at me. "You added it to your notes. They're cloud synced and tied to my shared calendar feed." "Oh, that's right. I forgot. Yes, it's still on." I just opened my inbox when the office door flew open so hard the bell at the top bounced against the glass. Baz Matthews strode in like he owned the building, his suit jacket flaring behind him. Charlene, his wife, followed 2 steps behind in a fitted dress and a look I'd come to think of as her official gatekeeper expression. And there went my peaceful morning. Gavin froze mid-reach for a stack of papers, his eyes going wide. "Vylette," Baz said, "what in the world is this?" His voice carried all the way to the back wall. Jill's hand paused halfway to the mouse. I set my pen down carefully and stood, already feeling my blood pressure tick up a notch. "Good morning," I said, going for pleasant even though I knew exactly where this was headed. "Is something wrong?" Baz stopped at the edge of my desk. His face had flushed high along his cheekbones. Charlene took her place at his shoulder and folded her arms like a particularly judgmental statue. "Eleanor Whitmore," Baz said. "Sound familiar?" My thoughts flicked to Daisy on her scooter, to the text that had come last night. I kept my expressions steady, which took more effort than I liked to admit. "Yes," I said. "Deborah, Charlene's cousin, works for Eleanor Whitmore," he said. "That listing should have come to Driftwood Cove Realty." Bass pointed at my desk, as if the listing papers were already spread there, which they weren't because I hadn't even met the woman yet. But why let facts get in the way of a good tantrum? Charlene leaned in a little. "Deborah has worked for Eleanor for 8 years. 8 years! And Eleanor gives the listing to someone she just met through Daisy Sullivan?" I felt the sentence settle in. 8 years. Deborah. "Daisy is Eleanor's friend. She asked me to look out for her." I was careful not to mention I didn't have the listing form signed yet. Charlene snapped. "Deborah saved Eleanor from internet scammers some years ago. She's been looking after that woman like a daughter would her mother. This listing should have been ours." Bass leaned closer. I resisted the urge to take a step back, because that would have felt like losing. "This is dirty pool, Vylette," he said. "Using your connections to poach listings from family members. Using your relationship with Detective Sullivan to work on his mother's contacts." "What? I don't have any relationship with Detective Sullivan." I felt heat rise in my own face, not from anger so much as the sting of the accusation. I'd worked hard to keep my little agency clean, even when other people treated the town like a board game where the rules only applied to everyone else. I didn't poach anything, I said. Eleanor contacted me. Because Daisy manipulated her, Charlene said. You know what Daisy's like when she gets an idea. Wait until the real estate board hears about this. The words landed like a small, cold stone in my stomach. I knew how fast complaints could grow legs in a town like Driftwood Cove. I opened my mouth to point out that I didn't even have a signed agreement yet, but something held me back. Gavin's voice cut through the tension, surprisingly loud for someone who'd been silent in the corner. That's not fair, Bast. Everyone turned. Gavin stood by his desk, one hand still pressed to his swollen jaw, the other clenched at his side. His face had gone pale, except for 2 spots of red high on his cheeks. Bass's eyebrows rose. Excuse me? Vylette didn't poach anything, Gavin said, his words slurred but determined. Eleanor hath the right to choose her own realtor. You can't just... He paused, wincing, then pushed through. You can't just bully people because you didn't get what you wanted. Charlene's mouth fell open. Are you seriously? Did you just call us bullies? I think he said bully people, Bass said, his tone dripping with condescension. He looked at Gavin like he'd just noticed a particularly annoying insect. Son, you can barely talk. Maybe sit this one out. No. He took a step forward, still holding his jaw but standing straighter. Vylette runt an honest business. If you have a problem, file a complaint. But don't come in here and... He struggled with the next word, his tongue clearly not cooperating. Don't come in here and act like... them kind of... Like what? Charlene demanded. Gavin's frustration was visible as he tried to form the word. Jerk, he finally managed, giving up on the harder vocabulary. Jill made a small noise that might have been a suppressed laugh. When I glanced at her, she'd turned her face toward her computer screen, but I could see the corner of her mouth twitching. Did you just, Bass started, his face going from flushed to nearly purple. From the reception desk, Jill stood. OK, that's enough. Gavin's right. Eleanor has the right to choose her own realtor. It's best if you both leave. Gavin gave a firm nod, still holding his jaw, looking at Jill adoringly. Bass straightened, but he didn't look away from me. His jaw worked for a second, as if he wanted to say more than he let loose. We'll leave, but this isn't over. Not by a long shot. He pointed at me, not sharply enough to call it a threat, but with enough force that the gesture stayed in the air after his hand dropped. Not by a long shot, Bass repeated as he turned on his heel. Charlene gave me one more tight look, then shot Gavin a withering glare before following Bass out. The bell over the door rang again as it swung shut behind them. Silence settled for a beat. The only sound was the faint murmur of passing traffic outside and the soft buzz from Jill's computer. Gavin let out a breath and sank into his chair, both hands now pressed to his face. Ow, he said quietly. Thanks for helping me out there, I said to the two of them. Jill grinned. Not half of what I wanted to say. Ow, Gavin said again. Ice packs in the freezer. Jill didn't look up from her screen. Try not to be a hero next time. You could barely string a sentence together, and you definitely couldn't say Bass's name. He got the point across, I said, feeling a surge of affection for the kid. Thanks, Gavin. He lowered his hands enough to give me a smile, then immediately winced. I couldn't let them... He stopped, typed on his phone instead, and showed me. Couldn't let them talk to you like that. You're a good boss. Thank you. Go get that ice pack, I said gently. Gavin nodded and shuffled toward the back room. As he passed Jill's desk, he paused. "You look nice today," he said, the words barely intelligible. Jill finally glanced up. "What?" "I said," Gavin started, then gave up and just shook his head, continuing to the break room. Jill turned back to her computer. "I have no idea what he just said." I was pretty sure she did. Jill sat back in her chair slowly. "Well," she said, "that was a lot for before 9. I eased back into my chair. My hands were actually shaking a little, which annoyed me. "He thinks I already have the listing." "Do you really want the listing if it's going to cause so much trouble?" Jill asked, cutting right to the heart of it like she always did. I looked at the neat stack of folders waiting for my attention, then at the empty space on my desk where Eleanor's paperwork might sit by afternoon. "Of course I do, Jill. You're not going soft, are you?" "No, I'm just worried about you." "I can handle Bass Matthews. This will all calm down in time. Besides, if Bass wasn't complaining about this, it'd be something else." Jill nodded once, like that answer matched what she'd expected. Gavin emerged from the break room with a bag of frozen peas wrapped in a dish towel pressed to his jaw. He gave me a thumbs up with his free hand, then settled carefully at his desk and went back to organising papers one-handed. I picked up my pen again. The imprint of Bass's hand on the edge of my desk lingered in my mind, right alongside Dorothy's flickering form and the unfinished warning that had scattered in the cold. Whatever storm I'd stepped into, something told me it had already started. Chapter 3. I turned onto Seaview and slowed almost without thinking. Eleanor Whitmore's house came into view the way a painting might, all at once and quietly perfect. The house stood a little back from the road, behind a low iron fence painted sage green with cream trim and dusty rose accents picking out the ornate brackets beneath the eaves. A corner tower with a conical roof anchored the left side, its tall windows reflecting the morning sky. Bay windows jutted from both floors, their original wavy glass catching the light just right. The clapboards had the sort of soft, careful wear that spoke of years of regular upkeep, not the crisp perfection of a recent flip, but the dignified patina of a genuinely loved home. A deep porch wrapped around the front, its Eastlake spindles painted to match, wicker furniture arranged just so. Along the brick drive, a rose garden spilled colour in a measured, deliberate way. Deep crimson climbers wound up a trellis, pale pink floribundas clustered in carefully mulched beds. Every bush had shape, every bed had been edged. It was the kind of property buyers dreamed about and rarely found. The kind that made me think maybe this job wasn't just a grinding treadmill and cranky sellers. I parked at the curb and sat for a moment, taking it in. If I'd seen this house on a list without knowing anything else, I would have expected a relaxed, contented owner, someone who walked out every morning with coffee to look at the flowers. Daisy's worry didn't match the picture in front of me. It looked like the owner of this house didn't have a care in the world. I stepped out, smoothed my jacket, and walked up the brick drive. The bell chimed somewhere inside when I pressed it. Footsteps approached, steady and unhurried. The door opened to a woman in her 50s, with greying hair pulled back in a simple ponytail. She wore practical clothes that looked clean from work rather than a hanger. Her expression warmed as she looked me over. "You must be Vylette West," she said. "I'm Deborah, Eleanor's housekeeper. Come in, come in." "Thank you," I said. Deborah stepped back to let me into a wide foyer that matched the outside perfectly. Original mouldings framed the doorways. The staircase curved up with a polished banister, and the light from the bay windows in the front room reached all the way to where I stood. "My cousin Charlene's very upset you're getting this house to sell," Deborah said, as she led the way toward the front room. I managed not to wince. That hadn't taken long to travel. Small town gossip moved faster than fibre optic internet. "Oh, yes, your cousin seemed a little upset when she stopped by the office this morning," I said, going for understatement. "Charlene gets like that," Deborah said, "but I told Eleanor she should choose who she's comfortable with. And if Daisy vouches for you, that's good enough for me and for Eleanor." "I appreciate that," I said. "Daisy speaks very highly of both of you." "You'll do a good job, won't you? Eleanor needs someone she can trust. I've protected her from so much over the years." "I'll do everything I can to look after her interests," I said. Deborah gave a single short nod. "Eleanor," she called, "Vylette West is here." A rustle of movement came from the next room. Eleanor Whitmore appeared in the doorway of the room. Elegant was the first word that came to my mind. She wore a soft blue dress that suited the house, along with a strand of pearls that sat just so. Her silver hair had been styled with obvious care. Her lipstick was soft pink. Underneath all that, her movements carried a thin, hurried edge, like a bird trying very hard to perch without drawing attention to its fluttering wings. "Vylette," she said, "thank you for coming on such short notice." "Of course," I said, "your house is beautiful." Eleanor's mouth curved into a smile. "It's been a good home," she said. "We've had many happy years here." Deborah touched her arm in what looked like a gentle, supportive gesture. "I'll make some tea." She disappeared. Eleanor waited until she was gone, then drew in a breath that sounded like someone stepping into cold water. "I need to sell quickly," she said, and some of the words tumbled over each other. "That's the part everyone keeps fussing over, but they don't understand. There's a reason. A very good reason." "Daisy said you had an urgent situation," I said, pulling out my notebook, more for the familiar comfort of it than anything else. "Why don't you tell me about it while we walk through the house, and I'll start taking notes for the listing?" "That would be lovely," Eleanor said. She smoothed her dress as if smoothing herself, then led me into the front parlour. The bay windows looked out over the rose garden, just as I'd seen them from the street. The furniture was antique, and family photographs sat on a polished table. "I suppose I should start at the beginning," Eleanor said. "My fiancé is stuck on an oil rig in the middle of the ocean, and I need to get him home." Stuck on an oil rig? My first thought was that this was some kind of scam. "Your fiancé? Congratulations! I didn't know you were getting married." "Yes," Eleanor said, her face lighting up in a way that made my heart sink. Roberts John. He works offshore, very demanding work." "How did you meet?" I asked. "We met online. It was the most unexpected thing, but the very best thing. I wasn't really looking for anyone." Oh no. Oh, this was bad. I wondered if she'd ever met him in person, but I didn't know how to ask. We moved through to a formal dining room, long table, sideboard, another set of carefully arranged frames. Eleanor spoke in a steady stream about her beloved. "He reached out on a site that connects professionals," she said. "Not one of those silly dating sites. We started as friends. He said he admired my thoughts on literature and gardening. Imagine someone halfway across the world being interested in my garden." She gave a small, pleased breath, that made me want to find this Roberts person and throw him off an actual oil rig. At first, I told him I was too old for that sort of thing that required romance, she said. But he said age is just a number. He says he loves my mind and my soul. Isn't that sweet? Sweet wasn't the word I'd use. More like textbook romance scam, red flag number 1 through 20. I'd seen so many stories like this on late-night TV when I couldn't sleep. We passed into the kitchen. It gleamed with steady use and careful upkeep. Eleanor paused only long enough to straighten a towel, then continued down a rear hall while my mind raced through every terrible outcome this could have. If it's not too intrusive, what does Roberts have to do with you selling your house? I asked. The problem is his contract, she said. He's only got me, you see. The company won't let him leave until he pays penalties to break it. He's very wealthy, but his money is all tied up at the moment. My brain began counting flags like I was keeping score in a game I desperately wanted to lose. Oil rig, contract penalties, only confidant. I kept my voice level through sheer force of will. What is his money tied up in? In gold, Eleanor said, as if this made perfect sense. French gold bars in storage. It was an inheritance from his uncle. It's all there, but he can't access any of it until he's off that rig, bureaucracy and such. Once he's free, he'll sell some of the bars, repay me in full, and we'll buy a house wherever we want. A brand new place, just for us. French, gold, bars. I wanted to scream. Instead, I made another small notation on my pad that had nothing to do with square footage and everything to do with this woman is about to lose everything. We reached a cosy sitting room at the back of the house that overlooked more careful planting. Eleanor's fingers tightened for a moment around the linen cloth. That's why I need a fast sale, she said. The house doesn't have to fetch the highest possible price. We just need to move quickly. Robert says every day I wait is another day we're apart. Of course he does, because scammers love urgency. It's basically their love language. Where will you go in the meantime? I asked, trying to sound casual. Between this house and the new one. Oh, I'll stay here in this town until he arrives. I might have to get a rental, Eleanor said. Once he's off the rig, he can come straight here. Then we'll decide together. He wants me to be happy. That's all he talks about. If I can ask you something personal, does anyone else know about this? Daisy, for instance? Oh, no. Her imagination is too wild. I don't even know why I'm telling you. I feel you have calm energy, like a therapist. Daisy would worry that I've only talked to him through emails. We finished a loop back towards the foyer. I caught glimpses of an office with a neat wooden desk, a sunroom stacked with carefully tended plants, a stairway that led up to what I assumed were the bedrooms. Also, if I let myself see it, small signs of hurried planning, an open folder on the desk with financial statements, a suitcase half pulled from under a bench in the hall before being pushed back in. My mind continued its own quiet tally while Eleanor talked about their cute king and queen messages and early morning texts. Every word she said made me want to grab her by the shoulders and shake some sense into her. But I'd been in this business long enough to know that never worked. People had to come to these realizations themselves. He sends the most beautiful notes, Eleanor said, her voice going soft and dreamy. Every morning, I wake up to a greeting. Every night he tells me to sleep well, my queen. Even though we have never met in person, he's closer than family. He is my soulmate. I don't know if you believe in that kind of thing. Do you, Vylette? I thought back to Kevin, who had broken my heart. I did once. I'm not sure what I believe now. Deborah reappeared with a tray balanced in steady hands, a teapot, 2 cups, and a plate of cookies. "Are you talking about Roberts again, Eleanor?" Deborah said as she set the tray on the low table in the parlour and began to pour. "I'm so happy you found love again." "You know about him?" I asked. "Oh, yes, and don't look so worried. I know what you're thinking. I saved her from 2 internet scoundrels before she found Roberts," Deborah said. "Eleanor knows the signs to look for." "Of course he's real," Eleanor said quickly, a little too defensively. "Then why won't you let me look at his messages?" Deborah asked. "I don't need you to," Eleanor said. Deborah looked over at me. "He seems very genuine from what I've heard so far," Deborah said as she handed out the cups, "and Eleanor deserves happiness. I would like to see his messages and such, just to be certain." "Our messages are private," Eleanor snapped. Deborah didn't seem fazed. "All right, I just want you to be safe. I'll get the washing on." Deborah left the room. Eleanor watched Deborah go and then grabbed her phone. "I'll show you his picture. It helps to see the person you're helping, doesn't it?" "Sometimes it does," I said, bracing myself. Eleanor swiped through her photos and turned the screen. A man smiled out from a sunlit beach, shirtless, tanned, and so much younger than she. Every detail in the frame felt too composed. The water behind him looked as if it had been set instead of found. My stomach did an unhappy turn. This was probably a stolen photo from some fitness model's Instagram. I'd bet money on it. And the man was young enough to be Eleanor's grandson. What was she thinking? "He's very handsome," I said, because it was both true and the safest thing that wouldn't reveal I was internally screaming. "I know what you're thinking. There is an age gap. I even told him I was too old," Eleanor said, her voice going soft again. "He just laughed and said age is only a number, and that he'd been waiting his whole life to find someone like me. He says he loves my mind, my soul. That's what matters." Her fingers lingered on the image before she set the phone aside, like it was something precious. "Have you ever talked to him on FaceTime or anything?" "No. Well, there was one time, but the connection wasn't good. It kept cutting out. Now you understand why we need a fast sale," she said. "He's only got me. He needs money to end his contract so he can come home. That's the only way out." I took another small sip of tea, more to give myself a second than out of any real thirst. My mind was racing through possible responses, none of them particularly helpful. "If we can get it sold," I said carefully, "we'll talk about the best timeline for closings. There are details we'll need to work through." "Oh, any price is fine, as long as it's a fair price and it's quick. I'm not going to quibble about every last dollar," Eleanor said, waving her hand like she was discussing what colour to paint a fence. "Roberts will handle the rest with his funds once he's off the rig. With the gold bars, we'll be very comfortable for the rest of our lives." "Roberts is an unusual name," I said. "It's a family name. He's Roberts John III. Deborah came back into the room. "Why don't I show Vylette the upstairs while you rest a bit?" she said. "We don't want to tire you out." "That would be wonderful. I haven't seen all the bedrooms." Eleanor agreed and stayed in the parlour, straightening already straight cushions as we left. Deborah led me through the rest of the house in an efficient loop, pointing out the original details and the updates with the practiced ease of someone who'd given this tour before. When we were nearly back with Eleanor, she stopped in the hallway. "I know what you're thinking about Roberts, I'm sure he's legitimate. He's not like those others. You're sure? I asked. Yes, from what I've seen, but Eleanor doesn't make it easy for me to get too much information. My worry is she'll send him money and she hasn't even met him, I whispered. Trust me, I won't let it come to that. I've been looking after her for years and I'll continue to do it. I nodded. That makes me feel better. Yes, don't worry. She led me back to Eleanor and then disappeared again. There you are. What do you think of the rest of the house? It's beautiful. I can think of some buyers already. I'll sign the listing papers now. I'm exhausted and I want a nap. She pushed herself up from the chair with a huff, then stopped halfway, as if reconsidering the effort. You have them with you, don't you? I do, I said, already reaching into my bag. I spread the listing papers on the small side table and angled them toward her. Eleanor scanned the first page with only passing interest, signed where I indicated, and initialed the rest without comment. When she was done, she slid the pen to me and leaned into the cushions, eyes already drifting closed. Good, she murmured. That's settled. I'll see you out. Oh, and if you do open homes, you get to set the temperature to anything you want. I have it on 62, because that's what my dear departed husband Cyril always liked. 62 was his idea of perfect. Great, I'll keep that in mind. We walked to the door together, and then I stepped out onto the porch and said goodbye to Eleanor. The roses nodded gently along the drive, as if nothing were amiss. Once I heard the front door click behind me, I turned back for a last look. Everything in my training said this was a dream listing. Everything in my chest said something was seriously wrong. I didn't have the same confidence that Deborah had. Daisy's feelings were right, and I had to do something. Tell someone. Chapter 4. Just as I was about to get into my car, someone straightened up in the neighbouring yard, one hand braced on a low picket fence. He was elderly and wore wire-rimmed glasses that sat a little low on his nose. After he studied me for a moment, he called out, "You're the realtor?" I stepped closer to the fence. "Yes, I'm Vylette West from Driftwood Cove Properties." He glanced past me toward Eleanor's house, then back. "She shouldn't be selling at all," he said. The frustration in his voice sat close to the surface, not loud, but dense. He held a pair of pruning shears in one hand, and his fingers closed around them more firmly. "Can I ask why you think that?" "I've tried to tell Eleanor about these online scams. She won't listen to me anymore." I moved the rest of the way to the fence. From here I could see his own garden, beds lined with neat rows of perennials and a small vegetable plot at the back. Everything had the same careful attention I'd seen in Eleanor's roses. "I'm sorry. It's hard when someone you care about shuts you out." "I'm Walter Kurtzen," he said. "I've been in this house since before Cyril died." He looked down at the shears, then set them gently on top of a garden stool beside him. "I've been helping her over the years, mowing her lawn, fixing her gutters, bringing her soup when she's sick on Deborah's days off." I could picture him hauling a ladder, pushing a mower, walking up Eleanor's drive with a covered dish. "That's kind of you." "She used to invite me for coffee," he said. "We'd sit on that porch and talk about nothing much, weather, roses, or the town gossip." He glanced toward the wide front steps and the empty chairs there, and something in my chest twisted. "Now she barely speaks to me, all because of some man she's texting who doesn't even exist." "I'm sorry. I guess you've told her what you think?" Walter nodded once. "More than a few times." He picked up the pruning shears and turned a little, as if the movement helped him hold himself together. Tell whoever buys the house that the roses need watering twice a week. Cyril planted them one year for their anniversary. Eleanor's probably forgotten that too. I followed his look. The bushes seemed suddenly less like decoration and more like a story written in leaves and petals. A love story that Eleanor had forgotten in favour of a fantasy. I'll see what I can do. He made a small motion with his shoulders that might have been agreement, might have been resignation. Don't bother. She won't listen to anyone. He set the shears back on the stool, picked up a coiled hose beside it, and turned toward his own garden. Water arced in a steady line over a row of young plants, droplets catching the light. I stood for another moment watching him work, feeling the full weight of what was happening here. Eleanor wasn't just losing her house. She was losing her history, her connections, her reality. And people like Walter, who actually cared about her, were left standing in the garden, watering plants and grieving someone who was still alive. Was he in love with Eleanor? I guessed he was, just like Gavin was in love with Jill. Nothing would come of it, which was sad for the men concerned. I walked the rest of the way to my car. I slid into the driver's seat, started the engine and pulled away. All the way back to the office, I couldn't get Walter's sad face out of my mind. Chapter 5. I pushed open the door to Driftwood Cove Properties and immediately felt better. Jill sat behind the reception desk with her usual straight-backed posture, fingers moving over the keyboard. A bright blue mug sat near her elbow. Gavin was talking to Jill and stopped mid-sentence when he saw my face. What happened? His words came out slightly thick, careful around the sore spot at the side of his mouth. Long story. I slapped the listing agreement on her desk. Is this Daisy's friend? Jill asked. I set my bag down and rested my hand on the back of my chair for a moment before I spoke. Yes, Eleanor wants to sell fast. What I'm about to tell you, you can't breathe a word to anyone. Gavin's eyes went wide. Not a soul. I looked at Jill. My lips are sealed, she said. I continued. Everything is in order on paper, but she's engaged to a man who works on an oil rig. They've never met in person. He says he has gold bars in storage and all his money is tied up. He needs her to sell the house so he can buy out his contract and come home. Jill's mouth opened in a small sound that was not quite a word. Please tell me you're joking, she said. I shook my head. I wish I was. She doesn't want anyone trying to talk her out of it. Jill's shoulders dropped. Oh no. Daisy was worried there was more to it. I've seen this before, Gavin said. There's nothing you can do if they don't want to hear it. Jill flicked him a look. How have you seen this before? Have you been caught? Oh no, online dating's not my thing. I prefer to become friends with the person first. In a situation such as work where you see the person every day. Jill looked away. How's that working for you? Time will tell. The office door swung open with more force than the chime really needed. Baz Matthews stepped inside, Charlene right behind him, both faces unpleasant. Baz came straight toward my desk. We heard from Deborah, Charlene said. Eleanor's engaged to some man on an oil rig, and you're just going to sell her house so she can send money to this boyfriend she's never met. You knew about this? I asked. Deborah told us Eleanor met someone special. We thought it was the neighbour, Walter. He's been helping her for years. That would have made sense. Charlene grunted. An oil rig worker she's never met. This is obviously a scam, and you're profiting from it. I'm trying to help her, I said. By taking your commission while an old lady gets defrauded, Baz almost yelled. Eleanor should have kept this listing with Driftwood Cove Realty. At least we would have protected her. Now she's been thrown to the wolves. Kept it with you? You never had it in the first place. Jill pushed back her chair and came to stand at the end of my desk. If you have concerns, you can talk to us, but accusations don't help anyone. I looked at Charlene. It might sound bad, but Deborah approves of Roberts. She told me she saved Eleanor from 2 other scams before this, and that she's sure this man is different. She told us she was watching out for Eleanor. She wouldn't let her get hurt after everything before. But what if she's wrong? She trailed off, the force drained out of the last words. I still don't like it. Baz pointed a finger at me. If Eleanor gets hurt, that's on you. He turned and opened the door. Charlene followed, giving me one last measured look that held more worry than anger. The door closed behind them. Gavin let out a breath. That was strange. They came in ready to fight and then changed direction halfway through. Because Deborah vouched for the boyfriend, Jill said. She had already gone back behind the desk, fingers returning to the keyboard, but there was a small crease between her brows. Apparently, Deborah's judgment is gospel. If she says it's fine, people believe her. I sank into my chair at last. It's like the whole house rests on what Deborah does or doesn't approve, I said. The bell on the door sounded again. Daisy Sullivan rode in on her scooter, with Roger following. Daisy had a plastic container balanced in the small basket on the front of her scooter. We brought cookies from the home. The baker liked the practice and Roger liked the samples. Roger nodded. It is a good day. Jill came around the desk in an instant. You're just in time, she said, taking the container from Daisy. We were about to have a break. Daisy handed the whole container to Jill, and then she said to me, How's Eleanor doing? I chose my words with care. She asked me to keep what she told me private, but I'm not going to pretend I don't see some warning signs. I'm going to talk to Jack about it. Daisy's whole expression brightened at the name. Jack, she said. Good. If anyone can help, it's my boy. Eleanor's been distant lately, she said. Roger made a small sound of agreement. We miss her at the games. I've been worried, Daisy said. I know she got grown children, but sometimes old friends understand things children don't. I reached out and rested my hand on Daisy's arm for a moment. I'll do everything I can. You trusted me with this. I won't walk away from it. Daisy let out a slow breath and patted my fingers. I know you won't. That's why I came straight to you in the first place. Jill opened the container and set a few cookies on a small plate, which she placed on the edge of the desk. You two can talk strategy, she said. I'll make sure Gavin doesn't eat all of these before you get one. Gavin made an offended sound that did not match the way his hand had already moved toward the cookies. Unfair, he said, but his mouth twitched. After Daisy and Roger had their cookies and chatted a few more minutes about small things at the home, they headed back out. I watched their scooters humming gently down the sidewalk. The office was quiet again. Later, when late afternoon had settled into early evening and the office phones had gone still, my cell vibrated in my bag. I checked the screen. Danny. I answered. Tell me you're free tonight, he said. His voice carried an extra layer of energy. Dorothy's place is just sitting there. I've got new equipment I want to try. We can go after dark and see what shows up. I closed my eyes for a moment. With everything going on, I'd forgotten about the encounter with Dorothy's ghost for the moment. Not tonight. I'm too distracted. It isn't even my listing. I told you I don't have the keys permanently. Dorothy's trying to tell you something. You know she is. We should go back while it's still fresh. I know what you're saying. I just can't do it right now. I need to focus on Eleanor and talk to Jack. Let me think about Dorothy's house and we'll figure out a time that makes sense. He was quiet for a second. Eleanor? Long story, new listing. All right, but if you change your mind, I can set up outside, on the sidewalk or the drive. We don't need to go in. I can leave cameras rolling, stay completely legal. I'll think about it, I said. After we hung up, the office felt too full of stories and not enough answers. I gathered my things, turned off the lights, and locked the door behind me. By the time I reached Briggs Manor, the sky over the water had gone soft and dark. I found the captain in the library, in his usual chair near the window, a glass of brandy on the small table at his side. The telescope stood aimed toward the distant horizon. Edgar perched on the back of a leather chair, feathers smoothed, head tilted. The captain looked over as I stepped in. "You're back later than usual. Storms in the harbour?" Something like that. I sank into the chair opposite him and let myself rest against the cushions. Eleanor wants to sell her house to help a man she's never met. He works on an oil rig, has gold bars in storage, needs her money to get free. Everyone who cares about her thinks it's a scam. She thinks it's love. The captain watched me. "These contraptions you all carry," he said, nodding toward my bag. "You speak through them, send words and pictures across distances. This is where she met this fellow." "Online," I said, "through messages and calls. People present themselves however they want. You never really know who's on the other end. They steal other people's photos from the internet and pretend it's them. They can do all kinds of things these days. They can even make photos move and add words in people's mouths. It's all new and it's scary." "Nothing's new, lass." The captain picked up his glass and turned it in his hand. "In my time, we had letters, ink on paper, but the trickery was the same. In 1833, there was a man in Glasgow who convinced half the port that he was a prosperous ship owner. Fine coat, borrowed charts, a tongue full of charming phrases. He gathered investments for a grand voyage that was never meant to sail." Edgar gave a small croak. "Trouble." The crew thought they'd signed on for glory. They had dreams of new lands, bright futures. By the time they realised the man had no ship at all, their pay was gone and the investors stood ruined. He slipped away into the crowds with their hopes in his pocket. "I suppose you're right. There's nothing new about scams. What happened to the people he tricked?" I asked. "They learned to look closer at who held the real deeds, whose name was on the hull, who had stood at a wheel in a storm instead of only talking about it in a warm tavern." "Makes sense, I guess." He set the glass down. "Your Eleanor looks at words on a glowing screen and sees a man holding out his hand," he said. "She doesn't see the docs, the papers, the hard work behind a true sailor's claim. That is what you see, lass. You see what is missing." Edgar hopped along the back of the chair and leaned closer. "Nonsense." "It is nonsense, but I don't know how to make her see it," I said. "It's almost like an addiction, and she's been talking to 2 of these people before, and for some reason, she thinks this man is different." "Sometimes a ship won't change course until it feels the reef under its keel," the captain said. "All you can do is put your lantern where she might see it." "I need to speak with Jack Sullivan," I said. "He might know how to—" The captain's jaw tightened. "Jack." He said the name like it tasted of spoiled rum. "These scoundrels prey on decent folk, and the law does nothing. What good is a constable who lets vermin like this operate freely?" I hadn't expected such vehemence. The captain's eyes had gone dark. but I couldn't tell if his anger was truly at the scammers or at the suggestion of Jack's involvement. Jack is actually a detective now. The captain was quiet for a moment, his fingers drumming against his cup. Is he now? It wasn't quite a question. Well, a man who looks for missing planks then. He might see what she cannot. Edgar fluffed his feathers. Tell Jack, tell Jack. I'm going to talk with him tomorrow, I said. The captain looked back toward the window, where the dark water shifted just beyond the glass. Then that is your heading. Hold to it. Edgar settled, tucking his head briefly under one wing before lifting it again. I sat there in the library, the weight of the day still full in my chest, and felt a small, steady resolve take shape beside it. I was not on a ship, and my storms were made of contracts and messages instead of wind and water, but I had a direction, for now. Chapter 6. The next morning, I walked up the stone steps to the Driftwood Cove police station with a folder tucked under my arm. I had not put much in it, just my notes from Eleanor's house and a printout of the listing draft, but having something firm in my hand helped. Inside, the station felt small and orderly, with a humming vending machine in one corner and a faded bulletin board on the wall. A uniformed officer at the front desk told me Jack was in his office. I paused outside his door, then knocked. "Come in," he called. Jack sat behind a metal desk that had seen better days, his jacket slung over the back of his chair, tie loosened a fraction. Papers lay in careful stacks around a computer monitor. He looked up and smiled. "Vylette, what can I do for you?" I closed the door behind me and sat in the chair opposite him. "I need to talk to you about your mother's friend." "Eleanor," he said. He folded his hands on the desk. "Mom mentioned you were meeting with her. She didn't say much, just that she trusted you and she thinks her friend is in trouble with something or other." I set the folder on the corner of his desk, but kept my fingers on the edge of it. Eleanor wants to sell her house as fast as possible to fund her fiancé, Robert's John. He works on an oil rig. They've never met except through the phone. He says he has gold bars in storage and all his money is tied up, so he needs her to sell the house to pay penalties on his contract so he can come home. Jack leaned back in his chair and let his head tip for a moment toward the ceiling before he looked at me again. "I feel awful because she trusted me not to tell anyone, but I'm so worried. I had to tell the office staff, just so we can delay the house sale if we need to. I haven't told Daisy, but I'm hoping you might be able to help in some way." Jack shook his head. "They call it the oil rig script, or the contractor script, or a dozen other things. Same story, different details." "She's sure he's the love of her life. She's betting her house on it, which is probably all she's got in the world." Jack rubbed his temples with the tips of his fingers, slow and steady. "It's too common lately. These romance scammers are everywhere. They hit widows, widowers, anyone who posts about being lonely. Here's the catch though, Vylette. If they willingly hand over money, even if it's under false pretenses, it makes it very hard to prosecute. And since the scammer is most likely in another country, we might not be able to find him." "So there's nothing you can do?" I asked. He dropped his hands and sat up straighter. "Not much. I've had cases like these before. Even when I've shown them solid evidence, they don't believe it. It's like an addiction. They get so invested in the fantasy, they can't see reality. They don't want to." "I don't know why they can't see it when it's all so obvious." "They prey on genuine people with good hearts. They give them some distressing story, and of course these kind souls want to help. For the victims, it's a true addiction, like gambling. They've manipulated these people and fostered intense emotional dependence." I took that in for a moment. "I have no proof that this man is a scammer, but there are so many red flags. His name is Robert's John for a start. Red flag number 1. When I've heard about these scams, there often seems to be something wrong with the names. I've never heard anyone have the first name of Roberts. Jack turned to his computer and woke the screen with a tap of the keyboard. Let's start with what we can see. He found Eleanor's Facebook page and then found a Roberts John who was a friend. He turned the screen toward me. I think I've got him. Yes, that's him. She showed me his picture on her phone. He clicked through a few menus, then spoke mostly to himself. We'll do a reverse image search, he said. Drag and drop. He opened a window, pulled an image into it, then clicked. I watched the spinning icon and felt my heartbeat pick up, even though I already knew what I expected to see. Matches filled the screen in a neat grid. There we go, Jack said. He pointed with one finger. That one. He clicked on a result. A fitness influencer's social media page loaded, filled with glossy photos of workouts, product endorsements, and bright captions. Same picture, I said quietly. Same angle, same everything. Except this guy's name isn't Roberts John, Jack said. He's tagging sponsors and gyms. Jack hit the back button and typed quickly. Roberts John, oil rig, he said. A list of results appeared. He opened one, then another. Scam alert forums, blog posts and warnings stacked across the screen. Dozens, he said. Different victims, different towns. Same name, same story. Oil rig, contract, money tied up, gold bars sometimes, inheritance other times. That's terrible. Wait, he said. I leaned forward. What? He clicked through a few folders on his desktop, then into a directory labelled with case numbers. He opened one. I've seen this photo before, he said, not just online. He turned the monitor so I could see more clearly and clicked again. A series of images appeared. They were plain and clinical, the angles all the same. A quiet house, rooms with numbers in small white cards. Dorothy Chen, Jack said. She was found dead recently. My stomach dropped. I had seen Dorothy's ghost in her house. I had momentarily forgotten I wanted to talk to Jack about Dorothy as well. On the screen, one of the photos showed a table. A phone lay there, its screen lit. The same shirtless beach photo filled it, the same too perfect body, the same easy grin. It's him, I said. My voice came out low. Dorothy must have been scammed too. Looks like it, Jack said. He clicked into the written report and scrolled. According to the financial records, Dorothy lost everything. Savings, retirement. Then she took out a line of credit. The day after she made her last transfer, she took her own life. I did an appraisal for the bank at Dorothy's house. That's probably coming up for sale too. My mind snagged on the memory of Dorothy's house. The chill in the hallway, the flicker of a transparent figure, Dorothy's face drawn and strained, her voice urgent and thin. He killed me to keep me quiet. I swallowed hard. What if she was murdered? Jack's focus sharpened on me. What makes you say that? I could not tell him about ghosts and cold spots and broken messages from the other side. I could not hand him a story that would make him look at me like I had lost my grip on reality altogether. I drew in a breath. Just a feeling. The way things looked at the house when I did the appraisal. It felt off, intuitively wrong. You've heard about women's intuition, right? That was the safest thing I could come up with. He watched me for a long moment, weighing something I could not see. Will you look at the autopsy report? I'm not sure if you've seen it, but look at it again if you have, I asked. I didn't like that case from the start. She was elderly but fit, and on top of that, she wasn't well liked. I'll take a closer look. She wasn't well liked, I asked. No one could get close to her. She was snappy. When the neighbours tried to befriend her, she'd look the other way and ignore them. He went back to the keyboard. What will I do? I mean, I don't want to sell the house from underneath Eleanor. Just keep going as normal at this stage. That's all we can do. I'll see if I can subpoena her bank records and see if that gives me some leads on Eleanor's case. I'll follow the money and see where it leads. Often, though, these people use crypto or cash. I was relieved that he was now looking into Dorothy's death and Eleanor's situation. I thanked him, gathered my folder, and headed back out into the morning. Chapter 7. I turned into Aunt Lily's driveway and felt myself relax a little at the sight of the cottage ahead. I sent a message to Jill that I'd be in later. I climbed the front steps and raised my hand to knock, but I didn't have to. The door swung open before I could touch it. "Darling," Lily said, "perfect timing. I just made martinis." "Martinis? It's a bit early, isn't it?" "Oh, I'm just testing the recipe. You're right, though. I'll save them for later. I'll make some tea instead." I laughed. Yes, that would be better. Lily stood there in a flowing caftan patterned in jewel tones, a glass in one hand. Her silver hair was swept up in a loose knot that looked effortless and probably took work. She stepped back so I could come in. The living room was the same small, overstuffed wonder it always was. Velvet-covered chairs in deep colours, a fainting couch that had never once been used for fainting, tables crowded with crystals and little figurines, and stacks of glossy magazines fanned across the coffee table. Lamps with fringe shades cast warm light over everything, even though it was still early evening outside. A few minutes later, we were settled at the kitchen table with hot tea in floral teacups. "You get a particular crease in your forehead when you need to talk, and I've been expecting it all week. So, tell me which part of town's falling apart today?" "It's a client," I said. "An older woman, widowed. She wants to sell her house as fast as possible because she's engaged. She met the man online. He says he works on an oil rig. They've never met in person." Lily's expression sharpened in an instant. "Oh, those dastardly pigs are everywhere. I've got men 1/3 my age trying to chat me up on Facebook constantly. Always in the army or their doctors. Same pictures recycled over and over." I took a sip of tea. It's not just army and doctors. They compose as ordinary people too. Contractors, engineers, businessmen. They sound reasonable until you add up the details. "I know, I'm not senile. No need to worry about me. I'm too old for that kind of thing." She lifted her teacup. "Though I'll admit, some of the messages are flattering. Your beauty transcends age. You're more stunning than women half your age. Complete nonsense, but one does appreciate the effort." I smiled. "Aunt Lily, have you ever tried a dating app?" "Goodness, no. I've had my share of opportunities." She leaned forward, conspiratorial. "Just last month, the new yoga instructor asked if I wanted private lessons. Mid-30s, muscles, the whole thing. And I do mean private." "Okay, I don't need details." I tried to block that image from my mind. "And then there was the gentleman at the art gallery opening," Lily went on, undeterred. "Very distinguished, owns several galleries. We had the most delightful weekend in his Malibu beach house." I put my teacup down and held my head in my hands. "Aunt Lily, this is just way too much information. You don't have to share everything." "You asked. My point is, real romance happens in person, face to face, not through a screen with some scammer halfway across the world." "How do you know they're scammers?" I asked. "Because real men don't need to profess undying love after 3 messages. They take you to dinner first, maybe second dinner, third dinner if they're particularly good at conversation." She gave a quick wink. "Your client's lonely, isn't she?" "She is," I said. She misses being married. She misses being seen. This man tells her she's his queen. He says they have a destiny together. He needs her to sell her house so he can get out of his contract and come home. Then she needs friends more than she needs a fantasy boyfriend. Tell her to join a book club, take a class, volunteer. That's where you meet real people. I guess. I thought back to what the detective had said. I knew joining a club wouldn't help Eleanor if she had an addiction to the man she held in her mind. Now, tell me about that handsome detective, Jack Sullivan. Daisy says you two have been seen together quite a bit. Not really. I mean, we've had the odd coffee together, that's all. I have coffee with a lot of people. I took a sip of tea. We've been comparing notes on things, that's all. Lily watched me over the edge of her teacup. Comparing notes. Is that what they're calling it these days? I shook my head, but I couldn't quite stop another small smile. He's been helpful, and he listens when I say something feels wrong, even when I can't lay it all out on paper yet. That counts for a lot. A man who respects your instincts is worth paying attention to, even more than a man with a Malibu house. She set her cup down and picked up a small amethyst crystal, turning it between her fingers. I hope Eleanor finds out the truth soon, and that she believes it when she does. I gasped. Aunt Lily, I never said anything about Eleanor. How did you know? Aunt Lily sighed and placed the amethyst down on the table. There aren't many secrets in Driftwood Cove. I narrowed my eyes at her. If Daisy didn't know about Roberts, how could Aunt Lily have found out? Then my gaze dropped to the crystal. Had she read my mind, or simply taken a guess? Trust your instincts, Vylette, she said. They've kept you afloat this far. And remember that you're not doing this alone. You have Jack. Well, I don't have him. Aunt Lily laughed. I'm sure you could if you wanted to. I laughed too. No, he doesn't see me like that. We talked a little longer, and when I finally stood to go, Aunt Lily walked me to the door and kissed my cheek. Call me when there's news, Lily said. Good or bad. I like to keep updated. Or you could just ask your crystal over there. Aunt Lily raised her eyebrows at me. Yes, I'll keep you updated, I said, before I stepped back into the sunlight. When I got back to the office, Jill was on the phone making arrangements for an open home at Eleanor's house. We had to keep the listing moving even while everything else swirled around it. Chapter 8. 3 days on, Danny had taken the photographs and the listing was up on the website. Today was the first open home. By the time I pulled up in front of Eleanor Whitmore's house, the street already looked busier than most open houses in Driftwood Cove ever managed. Cars lined the curb in both directions, and a small cluster of people stood at the front gate talking, brochures in hand. Gavin slid out of his own car behind me, straightening his tie as he came up the drive. You were right about calling it a quick sale, he said. Half the town wants a bargain. That's what Eleanor wants, but we need to manage it carefully, he grimaced. I'm not sure I like the sound of that. Deborah opened the door before we could knock. She wore a neat blouse and slacks, hair pulled back, expression composed. You're right on time. Eleanor's nervous but excited. Come in. The front hall looked as polished as it had on my first visit. Fresh flowers on the side table, polished wood, the soft runner down the centre. Eleanor stood near the archway, twisting a handkerchief between her fingers. She brightened when she saw us. There you are. I was starting to think something had gone wrong. Everything's fine. We'll get everyone through in an orderly way. Gavin's here to help. Gavin gave Eleanor a gentle smile and they shook hands. We'll do our very best, he said. Deborah lifted her clipboard. I'll keep the sign-in sheet and help answer questions. That way you can focus on the serious buyers. Gavin reached out smoothly and took the clipboard from her hands. Actually, we've found these things go much better when the owner isn't present. Buyers feel more comfortable exploring, asking frank questions about pricing and repairs. Deborah blinked at him, then glanced at Eleanor. I thought I should stay, Eleanor said. Answer questions about the house. Gavin shook his head. Absolutely not. That's what we're here for. Why don't you two take a drive? Grab some lunch maybe. Give us an hour or so to work through the crowd. When you come back, we'll have everything wrapped up and can tell you how it went. Eleanor's fingers tightened on her handkerchief. Are you sure? I was relieved to have Gavin with me. It's standard practice. Buyers really do relax more when they can picture themselves in the space without the current owner watching. Deborah set down the clipboard with a slight frown, but then she nodded. Well, if that's how it's done. Eleanor, why don't we go get that coffee you mentioned earlier? There's that little place you like on Harbour Road. Eleanor hesitated, looking around her living room as if saying goodbye to it. Then she took a breath. All right. You'll call if you need anything. Of course, I said. Deborah collected her purse and Eleanor's coat, and within a few minutes they were out the door. Gavin watched through the window as they drove away, then turned to me. It's awful when the owners stay. It's better this way too if things get strange. Things will get strange, I have a feeling. I rubbed my arms. Cold? He asked. A little. She said you can turn the thermostat up. He walked over and did just that, setting it to 70. It should have felt like any other open house. The setup was the same. Plates of cookies on the kitchen counter, printed feature sheets in a stack, soft music playing low from a small speaker on the buffet. Except I could feel a tension under it all, like the house itself held its breath. Once the front door opened to the first wave of buyers, it began. In the living room, a couple paused in front of the mantel where framed photos had been arranged. Eleanor and a man, year after year, at different events. Anniversaries, vacations, the wedding photo at the centre. As the woman reached out to straighten a slightly crooked frame, 3 of the pictures slid sideways at once and toppled in a clatter to the floor. Only the wedding photo stayed standing. I caught Gavin's eye and gave a small shake of my head. Not now, not in front of them. Well, Gavin said quickly, stepping forward, that's what happens when you dust too enthusiastically before company. He knelt to gather the frames before the couple could touch them. Old houses, he said with an easy laugh. The couple accepted this with nods and kept moving, talking about ceiling height and original mouldings. Room by room, the pattern continued. Whenever someone asked about the speed of the sale, the lights answered. In today's market, why such a rush? A man asked near the dining table. His gaze swept the room. Must be motivated sellers. The chandelier above them flickered in a sharp, unmistakable pattern. On, off, on, off, then steady. A murmur went through the small cluster of people. Someone glanced toward the switch on the wall. I moved closer to Gavin and dropped my voice. The lights are reacting to questions about selling quickly. Gavin stepped in smoothly. We've had an electrician out. They think there might be a loose connection somewhere in the wall, but it's nothing dangerous. It'll be addressed before the sale goes through. He looked up at the fixture with practiced concern, then back at the buyers. Makes for a bit of drama at dinner sometimes, he said. Most of them smiled at that. One woman joked about built-in mood lighting. The tension eased. In the master bedroom, it was not the lights. It was the air. A young couple followed me in, talking quietly about square footage. The room was bright, with a bay window and a neatly made bed. The thermostat in the hall read a comfortable number when we walked past it, but as soon as we stepped inside, a chill wrapped around my ankles and moved up. The woman rubbed her arms. Is there a draft in here? She asked. It feels cooler than the rest of the house, the man said. Sometimes larger rooms hold temperature differently. That's why we always recommend an inspection. The systems had regular service. The chill did not fade. It seemed to thicken near the far corner where an old armchair sat, worn in a way that spoke of long use. For a moment, I had the clear sense of someone sitting there, watching, unwilling to leave. I smoothed the bedspread as they talked about closets and paint colours, trying to look as if I did not feel anything at all. On our way back to the hall, I checked the thermostat. The numbers blinked up at me. 62. Gavin had set it to 70. My heart gave a small jump. Eleanor had mentioned that number once with a fond smile, saying that Cyril always liked the house cooler, that 62 was his idea of perfect. I pressed the button and raised it back to where it had been. Warm air whispered through the vents. 5 minutes later, when another couple asked about heating costs, they glanced at the same thermostat. "It's already set low," the man said. "That must help with bills." I leaned in. 62 again. I found Gavin in the kitchen and pulled him aside while a group examined the appliances. "The thermostat keeps resetting to 62, I said quietly. That was the husband's preferred temperature. Gavin's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes. "Is this house haunted, Vylette?" "I didn't think so. It could be Eleanor's husband." When the next person mentioned it, Gavin was ready. "Old thermostat," he said easily. "It keeps resetting. We were going to replace it before listing, but the owner wanted to move quickly. New buyers will probably want to upgrade the whole system anyway." His tone held no strain, no hesitation, just calm explanation. The buyers nodded and wrote notes on their sheets. In the small office off the hall, the energy shifted from cold to sharp. A woman with a smart blazer and a quick, appraising gaze stood near the desk. "I love this room," she told her companion. "Imagine where they must be moving to if they're this eager to sell. Some people have all the luck." As she spoke, the door that had been standing half open swung inward with sudden force and slammed against the frame. The sound cracked through the hallway. Everyone jumped, even Gavin. I stepped close to him. "He doesn't like people speculating," I murmured. "Tell them it's the hinge." "Wow," Gavin said. He moved to the door and tested it. "That hinge has more life in it than I do." A few people laughed. I did not. I looked toward the desk. The chair was slightly pushed back, as if someone had stood up fast. The sensation that came with it was not playful. It was firm, hard refusal. Gavin spoke again. "The house shifts a bit with the weather, and the doors never quite know where they want to stay. I'll add it to the repair list." His tone made it sound like nothing more than an old house quirk. The woman in the blazer accepted it and moved on toward the kitchen, chattering about countertops. Through it all, I moved between rooms, watching for the next disturbance, catching Gavin's eye when something shifted or changed. Each time, I gave him the explanation he needed. Settling foundation, old windows, temperature fluctuations. He delivered each one smoothly, professionally, as if we'd done this 100 times before. By the time the last visitor stepped out and the door closed behind them, I felt wrung out. My cheeks ached from holding a reassuring expression in place. Gavin leaned back against the wall and let out a breath. "That was something," he said. "If I didn't know better, I'd say the house has opinions." "It does," I said before I could stop myself. He looked at me. "Ghostly opinions?" "I'll tell Eleanor we've finished here." I pulled out my phone and typed a quick message to Eleanor. "Open house finished. Good turnout. Expecting offers from at least 2 buyers, possibly 3. We'll call you tomorrow with details." Her response came back almost immediately. "Thank you so much. I was so nervous. Deborah and I are still having coffee. This is wonderful news." I slipped the phone back into my pocket. Gavin watched me. "Not telling her the rest of it?" he asked. "Not yet. She has enough to worry about." He straightened his tie and picked up the last of the feature sheets. "It looks like you might need to call Danny to find out more about this ghost. Get him to bring his connecting with spirits equipment or something." "I don't think there's anything he can do. It's got to be Eleanor's late husband. He's not going to leave just because he's asked nicely." Gavin grimaced. "I try not to think about that kind of thing." "Me too." Gavin jingled his keys in his hand as we walked toward our cars. "I'm going to stop at Driftwood Cove Cafe. Do you want anything?" "No thanks," I said. My mind still sat in the office with that slammed door and at the thermostat blinking stubborn numbers. I think I just need to get back to the office and then home. "I'll get Jill her usual," Gavin said. "Vanilla latte with extra foam." I managed a small smile. "She'll like that." "I hope so." He smiled back, hopeful, and headed for his car. I sat in my car and returned a few phone calls. By the time I reached Driftwood Cove Properties, Gavin was right behind me, a cardboard drink tray in hand. I held the door for him. Jill sat at the reception desk, focused on her computer screen. A neat stack of forms rested beside her keyboard. Gavin stepped forward and set the cup down beside her. "Your favourite," he said. He added a small, gallant half bow for good measure. Jill glanced at the cup, then at him. "Thanks." Her tone was flat, her face unreadable. She turned back to her screen without another word. Gavin's shoulders dipped, almost too slight to notice. Then he straightened, pasted on his usual easy smile, and turned toward his desk. "Anything for you, Jill?" he said as he walked away. She did not respond. I settled at my desk and tried to focus on the notes from the open house, but my mind kept circling back to that thermostat, the slamming door, the cold spots that appeared and disappeared. After a few minutes, I got up and walked over to Jill's desk and told her everything that had happened at the house. Jill leaned back in her chair and was quiet for a moment. "You know what this sounds like, right?" "Yes, seems like Eleanor's late husband doesn't want her to sell. I'll call Danny. He's already been in the house to take the photos. I'll see if he felt anything." I stepped outside the office into the afternoon sun. The air felt warmer than it should have, like the day was trying to make up for all that cold inside Eleanor's house. I pulled out my phone and called Danny. He answered on the second ring. "Hey, how'd the open home go?" "Strange," I said. "Really strange. Did you feel anything unusual when you were taking the photos?" "No," he said. "Nothing. It felt like any other house. Why?" I told him about the thermostat resetting to 62, the pictures falling except for the wedding photo, the door slamming, the cold spots, the flickering lights every time someone questioned the rush to sell. Danny was quiet for a moment. "It's the husband," he said. "Has to be. Cyril, right?" "That's what I think too. He's trying to stop her from selling." "Makes sense," Danny said. "She's rushing to sell his house so she can run off with some scammer she's never met. If I were dead and watching that happen, I'd be slamming doors and stomping around too." "What should I do?" I asked. "Does Eleanor know about the paranormal activity?" "I don't think so. She's never mentioned it, and it didn't happen until she left the house and the potential buyers came in." "Tell her. Stop dancing around it. Sit her down and tell her what's happening. The ghost stuff and the scam stuff. All of it." "I can't just—" "Yes, you can," he said. "You're worried about being polite when her dead husband is literally haunting his own house, trying to protect her. She needs to know. Both things. Do it now." I leaned against the wall. Jack's looking into the scam. What's he going to do? Cops never do anything with this stuff. It's all overseas, so their hands are tied. It's like when someone gets murdered at sea, international waters. No one cares. I frowned, thinking about that. Danny went on. By the time they trace anything, the money's gone and the scammers have moved on or covered their tracks better for their next target. I thought about Jack's face when he said there was nothing law enforcement could do if someone was handing over money willingly. Jack said basically the same thing, I admitted, that unless she's being physically threatened or coerced, there's no crime until the money's gone. And even then, it's almost impossible to recover. Exactly. So it's up to you. You're the one who can actually stop this. You and Cyril, apparently. I don't know if she'll listen. Maybe she won't, Danny said, but you have to try. You can't let her sell that house and hand everything over to some guy with a fake oil rig story just because you're afraid of an awkward conversation. He was right. I knew he was right. Okay, I'll talk to her. Good, Danny said. And Vylette? Don't wait. Do it soon, before she gets an offer she wants to accept. I'll do it tomorrow, after I gather my thoughts. All right then, but don't put it off. She could lose everything. I ended the call and stood there for another moment, looking at the office door. Inside, Jill was looking at me through the glass, and Gavin was probably still nursing his bruised feelings over the latte. And somewhere across town, Eleanor was probably texting Robert's John, telling him how well the open house went, how soon she'd have the money to help him. I took a breath and went back inside. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of paperwork and emails. By the time I pulled into the drive at Briggs Manor, the sky had softened toward evening. The manor rose up at the top of the hill, its familiar shape both imposing and comforting. Inside, the quiet of the front hall wrapped around me. I set my bag on the small table and went straight to the library. The captain sat in his usual chair near the window, a glass of brandy resting on the side table. The telescope stood before him, pointed toward the darkening water. Edgar perched on the windowsill, feathers sleek, watching the outside world. Another successful venture in the choppy waters of property, the captain said without turning. I stopped just inside the doorway. Another ghost, I said. A husband trying to protect his wife. That made him look up. He studied my face, then shifted his gaze toward the telescope again. As he should. A man's duty doesn't end with death. Edgar ruffled his feathers. Ah, duty, he said. I crossed to the nearest chair and sat, feeling every bit of the day settle into my bones. Can you do anything? Can you talk to other ghosts or reach them somehow? He might have information about the scammer. The captain let his fingers rest on the brass of the telescope. His form flickered slightly at the edges, then steadied. Each spirit is bound to their own place, their own purpose. We're separate islands, lass. I watched the slow movement of his hand over the telescope barrel. That's sad, I said. That's eternity. But you can move between us. You're the bridge. Ah! Bridge, Edgar said, softer than usual. A bridge to troubled waters. My nose crinkled. Across troubled waters, I hope. My phone buzzed against the table. I picked it up and saw Jack's name on the screen. Took another look at Dorothy's autopsy like you asked. Minor inconsistencies in the bruising pattern. Doesn't match self-inflicted the way it should. Nothing conclusive, but enough to make me look twice. Thought you should know. I read it twice, my chest tightening. Then I turned the screen toward the captain so he could see. He leaned forward, reading in silence. When he looked up, His expression had gone flat. "Someone nudged her toward the edge," he said. I set the phone down carefully. "I need to sit down with Eleanor," I said. "Really sit down with her. Try to make her see what's happening before it's too late." The captain's jaw tightened. I thought of Dorothy's fading figure in the quiet hallway and Cyril's presence heavy in Eleanor's house. "Two widows," I said, "both tangled up with this Roberts John, both sending money they can't afford, one of them gone. Is Eleanor in danger?" I asked. "I don't know," the captain said, "but the patterns of men rarely change whether they sail or scheme on land. If one woman stood in his way and paid for it, another who starts to question him won't find calm waters either. I need to go to her house tomorrow." "Warning! Storm coming!" Edgar said. The captain looked out toward the horizon, then back at me. "The hardest thing is making someone see danger when they've convinced themselves it's safety. She won't want to believe you." "Danger!" Edgar said. "I'll have to say something," I said. The captain nodded once, sharp and certain. "See that you do. I've sailed through enough storms to know when one's about to break. This one's close." Chapter 9. We were accepting offers on Eleanor's house. Gavin had an offer from a young couple and was trying to negotiate them up before we presented them the offer to Eleanor. But first, I wanted to tell her straight that she shouldn't be sending her money to anyone she'd never met. It was daunting, but I couldn't live with myself if I didn't do it. Danny had been right to push me. I was sick to the stomach when I parked in front of Eleanor Whitmore's house. I sat for a moment with my hands on the steering wheel. I had a folder with articles, short testimonials from people who had lost everything to men who sounded exactly like Roberts. I picked up the folder and forced myself to breathe slowly. Then I stepped out and walked up the front path, past the roses and the carefully clipped shrubs, and rang the bell. The door opened almost at once. Eleanor stood there in a pale pink cardigan, matching pants, pearls at her throat, lipstick carefully applied. Her smile was bright but unsteady. "Vylette," she said, "I wasn't expecting you today." "I know. I won't take much of your time. I just wanted to bring you something." Eleanor hesitated for the briefest second, then stepped back. "Come in." We went into the sitting room. Eleanor gestured to the sofa. "Would you like tea? I could put the kettle on." "I'm all right," I said. I sat the folder on my knees. "I brought you some information. I thought it might help." Eleanor's gaze dropped to the papers. Slowly, I opened it. The first page showed a photo of a man on a beach, his face identical to the one in Roberts's profile. She took it from me and looked at everything with interest. On one page there was a picture that had been stolen from a dentist and used in multiple romance scams. Other pages listed common phrases and patterns: king and queen, destiny, contracts that needed to be broken and the person in question couldn't access their money to do that. Eleanor's hand tightened on the edge of her cardigan. "Roberts warned me this would happen. He said people would try to come between us. He said jealous people wouldn't understand true love." I felt the words like a door shutting in front of me. I reached for the papers and flipped a few over so Eleanor could see more. "These are from banks and police departments. Look at the way they describe the texts, the way the men talk. They all say almost the same things Robert says to you. The photos too. His picture is on 3 of these reports and with different names." Eleanor barely glanced at them. Her mouth trembled. "Everyone thinks I'm a foolish old woman. My daughters think I'm senile. They talk over me as if I'm not even in the room. Walter treats me like I'm fragile. And I haven't even told Daisy about Roberts. She's too judgmental. But none of that matters. Roberts will be home soon, and he chose me. He's choosing your money, I said. I tried to keep my voice gentle. Eleanor, please. I've seen what happened to another woman who sent money to a man who used that same photo. I don't want that for you. Before Eleanor could answer, a light step sounded in the doorway. Deborah stood there, hands lightly clasped, her expression cautious. I heard voices, Deborah said. Oh, hello, Vylette. Hello. Do you need anything, Eleanor? Deborah asked. Vylette brought me more warnings, she said. More papers about scams. Roberts told me this would happen. Deborah's gaze moved to the stack on the table, then to me. Eleanor, maybe you should listen. If Vylette has concerns, then it's worth hearing her out. Not you too, Eleanor said with a raised voice. You said he was legitimate. You told me that. Deborah stepped farther into the room. No, I didn't. I said I hoped he was. I asked you to let me look at your computer so I could check the details, and you wouldn't. To tell you the truth, I've been worried. Stop it! Eleanor pressed the back of her hand to her mouth, then dropped it. Stop it, both of you! I'm so tired of everyone acting like I can't make my own decisions. I'm old. I'm not stupid. I leaned forward. Maybe we should just slow down on the house sale, just until Roberts comes home. Once you meet him in person, once everyone can see he's real, then you can decide what you want to do about the house. There's no harm in waiting. Eleanor's eyes blazed with fury. Get out. If you won't help me sell this house, I'll find someone who will. I asked you to handle this quickly, and instead you bring me negativity. I'm trying to protect you. If I could talk to Roberts, maybe I could work something out with him. Maybe there's another way for him to get some money. Could you give me his number? I could speak to him, realtor to fiancé. No, he doesn't need to answer to anyone. My banker has been so helpful with the transfers. David Marsh stays late to help me with the international forms. He doesn't judge me like other people do. He's helping with transfers? I asked. Yes. The words settled over me like a new layer of ice. My thoughts jumped to Jack at his desk, to the files he had pulled, to the pattern of transfers. Everything in me tightened. Alarm bells rang through my chest. I picked up the stack of printouts. There was nothing more I could say without pushing Eleanor farther away. I hear what you're saying. I care about you, that's all. If you ever want to go over any of this together, I'll come back. Eleanor looked away. I'll be fine. Roberts and I know what we're doing. I stood. Eleanor said nothing. Deborah walked me to the hall, her steps quiet on the polished floor. At the door, she touched my arm. I didn't mean to make it worse. I thought if she heard it from more than one person, she might pause. She's so set on this. I know, I said. I just hate seeing her like this. She snaps like this sometimes, and the next day she'll be back to normal. Please don't take it personally. I nodded. We said goodbye, and I stood for a moment on the front step, then made myself walk down toward the sidewalk. Walter was there again in his garden. She won't listen, will she? He said. I stopped at the edge of the grass. I knew what he meant. No, not yet. She used to tell me everything. We'd stand at the fence and talk about the weather, the girls, her garden, Cyril. She'd ask what I thought about plumbers and roofers. Now I'm just the annoying neighbour who fusses. He set one rose aside and reached for another. I send her flowers on her birthday, real flowers, ones she can put in a vase on the table, ones she can touch. I pick them myself, but she'd rather have little crowns on a screen from someone she's never met. It's awful. I've cared about her for years. I know how she takes her tea, which shows she watches, the way she hums when she bakes. But how do you compete with a fantasy like that? I'm just an old man. I watched his careful hands, the way he refused to look at me. You shouldn't have to compete with anything. You're here. That counts for more than she realizes right now. He shook his head slightly, as if he did not believe it, and snipped another stem. Let me know if I can do anything to help Eleanor. I will. Thank you. And I'll keep trying, Walter. I won't just walk away. He gave a short nod, still focused on the roses. So, will she get a good price for the house if she goes through with it? I frowned. It seemed an odd thing to ask considering he was a friend and not just a nosy neighbour. Well, she wants a quick sale. He shook his head. I hope she still gets a lot of money. I'll do my best. He moved away when something else caught his attention. I said goodbye, and he gave what sounded like a grunt. Back in my car, I stared at the neat facade of Eleanor's house. The sense of something closing around the older woman tugged at me, but there was nothing more I could say today without pushing her further out of reach. I hadn't even talked about Cyril, the ghost of her late husband, attending the open home. Maybe that was for the best. My phone buzzed in my bag later that evening while I sat at my desk at Driftwood Cove Properties. I pulled it out and saw Daisy's name. I answered at once. Daisy, I said. Vylette, Daisy said. Her voice carried a thin thread of worry. Eleanor won't return my calls. I've tried her home line, her mobile, everything. Is she all right? I turned my chair toward the window. She's okay. I saw her this morning. She's upset, and she feels like everyone is doubting her. That makes it hard for her to pick up the phone, I suppose. I knew something was wrong, Daisy said. Jack told me you two were looking into things together, numbers and transfers and all that. I don't pretend to understand it, but I know when my friend's not herself. Jack's been digging, I said. He's already found more than I could have on my own. We're keeping an eye on things from that side. I'm keeping an eye on her from this side. Daisy was quiet for a moment. Eleanor's like a sister to me. We've been in each other's pockets for longer than you've been alive. Please don't give up on her. I won't, I promise. That's all I needed to hear. Roger and I will send her positive thoughts in our meditations tonight, and for you. Thank you. After we hung up, I sat for a little while longer in the quiet office, listening to the faint hum of the building. Outside, it was getting grey and dark. I was not done trying to help Eleanor, and at the same time, I kept thinking about Dorothy Chen, which must have been ESP, or the Universal Alignment or something, because I immediately got a text from Danny. The text told me he had legally gotten keys to Dorothy Chen's house, and he wanted to meet me there. I couldn't lock the office fast enough. Chapter 10. I parked across the street from Dorothy Chen's house. It looked smaller at night, the windows dark, the porch light a weak circle against the quiet street. Danny's car was already there. He stood near the front walk with a duffel bag slung over one shoulder, barefoot on the concrete, bouncing lightly on his heels as if he had extra electricity to spare. He waved when he saw me. "You made it," he said when I crossed the street. "Dorothy's nephew said we're good to go. He gave me the key and said to tell him if we made contact." "Oh no, you didn't mention my name, did you?" "No, I just said we. I didn't say your name." "Good." I glanced up at the blank windows. "They're not sure about the current cause of death ruling either," I told him. Danny nodded. "The nephew said Dorothy wasn't someone who'd give up or take her own life. He was insistent about that," he said. I told him we'd just be taking readings and looking around, nothing invasive. "Well done. Let's see what we can find out." Inside, the house felt as if someone had taken all the sound out of the air. The furniture sat where it always had, from what I could tell, but the rooms had that emptied feeling that came when life left faster than the things it owned. Danny dropped his bag on the front hall rug and unzipped it, pulling out small black devices with glowing displays and coils of wire. "I brought EMF readers, thermal camera, digital recorder," he said. "If Dorothy's still here at all, we'll pick something up." He handed me a small flashlight, in case the lights decide they're not our friends. "Thanks." He went to work, setting an EMF reader on the coffee table, another on a shelf near the hallway, a digital recorder on the edge of the dining room buffet. Each time he placed something, he called out the time for his own notes, then took a picture with his camera. I walked slowly down the hall, letting my hand trail along the wall. The bedroom door stood open, the bed neatly made. The bathroom door was shut. I paused outside the small room that was Dorothy's home office. The door was open a few inches. When I nudged it with my fingertips, it swung wider on quiet hinges. The space had the close, unfinished feel of interrupted work. A desk under the window, an office chair pushed back a little, filing cabinet drawers shut but not completely flush. A few pens lay neatly aligned beside a legal pad. Danny appeared at my shoulder, his camera strap looped around his neck. "You getting anything?" he asked. I shook my head. "Nothing yet." He moved past me and set another EMF reader on the edge of the desk. The display glowed a steady line. "I'll let this run," he said. "If she's moving through here, we'll see spikes." While he fussed with placement, my attention snagged on the bookcase against the far wall. 3 shelves of binders, old paperbacks, a few framed certificates. The middle shelf looked a little off. A row of books leaned forward at an angle, like something had been pulled from behind them. I stepped closer and ran my fingers along the spines. The space behind them felt deeper than it should. I slid 2 of the paperbacks aside. Behind them, pressed against the back of the shelf, sat a thin, dark rectangle. My pulse jumped. "Danny," I said. He turned at the sound of my voice. "What?" I eased the object forward until it slid out into my hands. A laptop. The casing was plain, the brand worn off in one corner. It was hidden behind the books. Surely the police would have found that. They wouldn't have been looking for anything. They don't think it was murder. I carried it to the desk. Danny cleared a space and set it down gently, then flipped the lid open. The screen stayed black for a moment, then a faint logo pulsed before asking for a password. "Of course," he said. "Security. Good for her, bad for us." Then the screen went blank. "It's out of power." Danny looked around and then opened some cupboards. He grabbed a cord and held it in the air. "This might do the trick." We plugged it in and it powered up. I lifted the laptop and checked the underside on impulse. A small strip of tape clung near one corner. Someone had written on it in tight, neat letters. I squinted at the words. "Roberts_John, I read. "That's got to be the password." Danny leaned closer. "I really hope it is. Anyway, it confirms she was talking to the same man as Eleanor." "We thought she was." He typed it in, careful and slow. The cursor blinked once, twice. Then the screen shifted to a simple desktop, a handful of folders lined up in rows. I pulled the chair closer and sat. My hands felt a little unsteady on the edge of the desk. "What are we looking at?" I asked. Danny clicked on a folder labelled Finances. Inside, spreadsheets filled the screen, columns of dates and numbers. He opened the first one. Rows of wire transfers, each entry with a date, an amount, and a note. The total at the bottom made my stomach tighten. $217,000, I said. Danny took a quick photo of the screen. "I'll grab shots of all of these," he said, "in case anything happens to the laptop." Another folder held screenshots, chat windows, emails, a profile picture of Robert smiling on a beach, the same image again and again, with different names and different message threads. One screenshot showed a chunk of text. "My queen, you're the only one who understands my heart. Once I'm free of this contract, we'll be together forever." "Queen," I said. "Same script," Danny said. "Different audience." I clicked on a document titled Research. Articles about romance scams opened, highlighted passages about stolen photos, repeated phrases, pressure to send money. Another folder sat at the bottom of the list. Notes. I opened it. The first document was a simple text file. "David knows. He keeps pushing me to send more. He gets nervous when I ask questions. I think he's part of it." I read the line twice to be sure I had seen it right. "David," I said. "She meant David Marsh." Danny's jaw tightened. "Keep going." Another note. "David called tonight, said I should send the final payment before changing my mind. How did he know I was having doubts?" A third file. The words on the screen felt heavier. "Meeting with David tomorrow at 2 p.m. Going to confront him." The date at the top was the day before Dorothy died. I sat back, the chair creaking under me. "She was going to confront him," I said. "She had all of this. Proof of the scam, proof of the money, notes about him." Danny's fingers tightened around the camera. "Dorothy figured out Roberts was a scammer. She thought David was involved. Then she had a meeting scheduled and ended up dead that night." He took steady photos of each note on the screen, then of the folder list, then of the desktop. I looked at the neat rows of transactions again, the careful notes, the way Dorothy had documented every piece once she let herself see the pattern. "We'll have to tell Jack about David Marsh," I said. "Eleanor mentioned him too. He's handling her transfers." Danny nodded. "I'll back everything up on a drive and keep the laptop off the network. We don't know who might try to wipe it." I pulled my phone from my bag and opened a message thread. My fingers moved without hesitation. "Found Dorothy's hidden laptop at her house. Documents show $217,000 wired to Roberts, research on scams, and notes naming David Marsh. Dorothy planned to confront him the day she died. This doesn't look like suicide." I hit send. Less than a minute later, my screen lit up with Jack's reply, asking me how I got into her house, and then asking for photos. I looked up at Danny. "He wants the pictures," I said. Danny already had his camera connected to a small cable. "I'll airdrop them to your phone," he said. "Then you can send them straight to him." We worked in silence. Danny transferred the shots. I forwarded them to Jack, adding brief explanations. Laptop hidden behind books. Family didn't know it existed. Dorothy had started documenting everything. When the last image went through, I set the phone on the desk for a moment and let out a breath. After I'd caught my breath, I sent a text to Jack telling him not to worry. I wasn't breaking any laws. He sent back a text straight away with a time that he wanted me to meet him at Driftwood Cove Cafe tomorrow. Chapter 11. I got to the Driftwood Cove Cafe a few minutes early and chose a small table by the front window. The lunch crowd had thinned to a low murmur. A server moved between tables with an easy rhythm, refilling mugs and clearing plates. Outside, tourists drifted past the windows, pausing now and then to look toward the harbour. I wrapped my hands around my coffee, more for something to do than anything else, and watched for Jack through the glass. My mind kept skipping back to Dorothy's hidden laptop, to the tight lines of numbers, to the neat sentences Dorothy had typed in that last folder. Jack stepped inside, scanned the room, then saw me and headed over. He carried a worn folder tucked under one arm. His shirt looked like he had pulled it on without thinking. His hair was a little mussed, as if he had run his hand through it one too many times. He set the folder on the table, then sat across from me. "Sorry I'm late. The chief had questions about why I'm suddenly interested in wire transfers." "I'm glad you're here. Did you get the 5 photos?" "I did," Jack said. He rested one hand on the folder. "And it lined up with a few things I'd already started pulling." "You've been looking at David?" He nodded once. "David Marsh," he said. 42, been at Driftwood Cove Credit Union for 10 years. On paper, he looks solid. Clean record, good performance reviews. The kind of guy you'd expect to see handing out coffee mugs at community events. He flipped the folder open and turned it so I could see. Inside, several pages had been clipped together with small coloured tabs marking sections. "Except," he said, "I pulled transaction records for certain clients. Elderly account holders who either died or moved into care homes in the last 2 years. 6 of them made large international wire transfers in the months before everything in their lives shifted." I looked at the top sheet. Names I didn't recognise. Columns of dates. "All of those were his clients," Jack said. "All the wires processed by David. And none of them were flagged as suspicious activity." I looked up. "He's supposed to report that, isn't he?" "Required by law. The government's cracking down on anything that might be money laundering," he said. "Also, anything that looks like elder financial abuse, large transfers to high-risk countries, that sort of thing. Credit unions file reports. At least they're supposed to. There's not a single report with his name on it for any of these." My hand drifted to the edge of the file. "Is there anything else?" He picked up another set of pages clipped inside. "I got a warrant for his personal accounts. It took some persuading, but Dorothy's notes and the pattern you found helped." "Danny was with me at the house. He was given permission by a family member to go there to look around. We found the laptop hidden behind books on the shelf." I hoped I wouldn't have to be more specific about why we were there, but it seemed he was already concentrating on what he was going to tell me next. "Okay, good. Once I had those statements, I started seeing regular deposits from an offshore LLC. Small amounts. Not enough to raise alarms, especially since they hit different days each month." He slid the page closer and tapped one of the lines. "But if you match those up with the wire dates from Dorothy and the others," he said, "they match. Each time a big batch of money left someone's account, a smaller amount landed in his." "Kickbacks," I said. Jack nodded. "Exactly. It's likely he's getting a cut every time someone like Dorothy sends money out. The scammer on the other end gets most of it. David gets rewarded for making the path smooth." I thought of Eleanor saying David didn't judge her. "Eleanor has mentioned how understanding he is, how he doesn't make her feel foolish, how he stays after hours to help with forms." "That tracks," Jack said. He leaned back a little, but his attention stayed on me. "That's the grooming. The person online builds the fantasy, the perfect partner who calls her his queen. Then David sits in a real office with a nameplate on the door and a stack of official forms, turning that fantasy into dollars on a screen." He tapped the folder again. "It's a 2-person con," he said. "Without the friendly banker, most of these transfers would have hit speed bumps, questions, delays, maybe a chance for someone in the system to say something isn't right." My coffee had gone cool, but I reached for the mug anyway, more for the feel of it in my hands than anything. Outside, a couple walked by the window laughing at something on a phone. Inside, plates clinked quietly. "So, if Dorothy figured it out," I said, "if she had all of this on her laptop and planned to confront him the next day?" Jack's expression turned even more serious. "Then David had 250,000 reasons to shut her up," he said. The words settled between us, heavier than the folder on the table. I met Jack's steady look. Then we need to make sure he doesn't get any more chances, I said. He shook his head. Not we. Me. He stared at me until I nodded. I was agreeing to stay out of it, but it was way too late for that. Chapter 12. Later that day, my phone rang just as I was finishing an email draft to a buyer about inspection dates. Eleanor's name filled the screen. My stomach tightened before I even answered. "Hi, Eleanor," I said. Eleanor sounded almost breathless. "Vylette, he called. Roberts just video called me. It was wonderful to see his face. Seeing you're such an unbeliever, I had to call you right away." I straightened in my chair. My hand closed around the edge of the desk until my fingers ached. "He video called you? Did you see him moving and talking?" "Yes, he was the same as in his photos, only better. He said he'd been trying to get a clear signal from the rig for days. He can't bear being without me. All he needs is that last payment to break his contract. Any offers on the house yet?" "How much is the last payment?" I asked. There was a tiny pause, the kind that meant someone knew the number was too big and hoped it wouldn't sound that way aloud. 50,000, Eleanor said. "The oil rig company is holding him until all his contract penalties are paid. It's very strict. He explained everything." I closed my eyes for a moment. Dorothy's spreadsheets and totals flashed across my thoughts. 50,000 is a lot of money. I know, but that's one of the reasons I called. David's helping me liquidate my retirement account. Isn't that kind of him? He stayed after hours last week to look at all the paperwork and said he'd come by in person to make sure I don't get confused. Once that's done, there's no big rush to sell the house. Roberts can live here with me while we look for something new together. So the house was no longer the emergency. Her retirement was. "Eleanor, you mentioned to me that you have daughters. Have you talked to them about this? If you have money in a retirement account, that's meant to keep you going for a long time." "My daughters don't care about me. They don't understand anything. Roberts and I have a plan. He doesn't have anyone else. He told me that. It's just me." There it was again, the same line Dorothy had written down in a different form. "David's sure this is the best way," Eleanor went on. "He says there are penalties if I don't use the money now anyway. He explained it. I didn't follow every word, but I trust him. He's been so patient." "Has the transfer gone through yet?" I asked. "Not yet. He said he'll come by later this week to finish everything," Eleanor said. "I just wanted you to know you can tell the buyers they don't need to rush. Once Roberts is here, we'll decide what we want to do. We might still sell, but it won't be a desperate sale." "All right," I said. There wasn't anything else I could say without pushing Eleanor away completely. "Thank you for letting me know." "You sounded doubtful," Eleanor said, softer. "Please don't be. Seeing his face made all the difference. You'd understand if you'd seen him." "I heard in your voice that it meant a lot," I said. "I'll keep working on things from my side." We said goodbye. When the call ended, I stayed for a moment with the phone still in my hand. If I refused to help, Eleanor would find someone else to finish the sale. Someone who wouldn't ask questions or call Jack or dig through old notes. At least if I stayed close, I could watch. I set the phone down, then picked it up again and scrolled to Jack's contact. The call connected on the second ring. "Hey," he said, "everything all right?" "No, Eleanor just called. Roberts had a video call with her. She thinks she saw him. He needs one more payment, 50,000. David's helping her liquidate her retirement account. She says after that, Roberts will come to her and she won't need to sell the house in a hurry. For a moment, the only sound from his end was the faint rustle of paper. She's liquidating her retirement. That moves this from bad to worse. I know. We're running out of time, I said. She's already sent so much. Dorothy sent over 200,000 before she figured it out. Eleanor's on the same road. I'm trying to build a case, but I need solid evidence that links David to Dorothy's death. The financial pattern gives me motive and corruption. It doesn't give me murder. Dorothy's own notes named him. Isn't that something? It's something, Jack said. It's still Dorothy's word against a man with a clean professional file. A jury would want more. I need him to slip. Say something. Put himself at that house at the wrong time, or admit he knew more than he claimed. I looked at the window. Tourists walked past in little clusters, carrying Driftwood Cove cafe cups and folded brochures. What if I wear a wire? What if I go talk to David? Ask him for reassurance about Eleanor's transfers, bring up Dorothy, see if he says anything he shouldn't. No, Jack said at once. Too dangerous. If he's killed once already, that means he's crossed a line there's no going back from. It sounds like you think this is serious. More serious than you let on before. Maybe. If he killed once, I said, then Eleanor's next if she starts asking the same questions Dorothy did. She tried today and he brushed her off. You said he had reasons to silence people. We can't just sit and hope he makes a mistake. On his end, I heard a chair scrape. I pictured him standing, running a hand through his hair in that distracted way he had when he was thinking through too many things at once. I'm not saying we sit and hope. I'm saying I won't send you to poke a man like that without backup. I'm already in it, I said. He knows my name. He knows I'm her realtor. He's seen me at the credit union. If something happens to her and I stayed quiet, I'll have to live with that. Vylette, I don't want anything to happen to you either. We have to do something. I can't just watch her hand over what she has left and then stand at her funeral saying we did our best. He was quiet for a moment. I'm going to keep digging at my end, he said. Autopsy, camera footage, staff schedules, anything that puts him near Dorothy when he shouldn't have been. Don't meet with him alone. Promise me that much. I'll be careful, I said. That's not the same as a promise, Vylette. I closed my eyes for a second. I won't walk into anything without letting you know. It was the only promise I felt I could make and keep. Just tell me if you find something, anything that can stop this. I will, he said. And Vylette, thank you for calling as soon as she told you. When we hung up, all I wanted to do was go home, where things felt semi-normal. That night, Briggs Manor rose dark and familiar against the pale sky when I turned up the drive. Inside, the foyer was quiet. Light from the setting sun filtered through the stained glass and broke into soft colours on the marble floor. I found the captain in the library, as I almost always did in the evenings. His favourite chair faced the tall windows. A glass of brandy sat on the small table beside him, the deep amber catching the glow from the wall sconces. His telescope waited nearby, angled toward the darkening stretch of water. Edgar perched on the back of the leather sofa, feathers fluffed, watching me as I stepped into the room. You're walking like the deck's pitching, the captain said. Rough seas today? I paced a slow line from the doorway to the hearth and back again, hands clasped and unclasped. I don't know how to save her, I said. She won't listen to me or anyone else. She thinks this man on a screen is her whole future, and anyone who questions it is just jealous. He called her, or at least something that looked like him did, some kind of deep fake manipulation of the stolen photos. Eleanor fell for it. The captain lifted his glass, but did not drink yet. His expression turned thoughtful. "Love makes fools of us all," he said quietly. "Even the best sailors misjudge the weather when they're looking at the wrong star." Kevin's face tried to rise in my memory, with his easy charm and practiced apologies. I pushed it back down. I should know. I stayed in a city full of warning signs because I didn't want to admit I'd made a mistake. Edgar hopped along the top of the sofa to keep pace with me. Each time I turned, he turned too, little claws gripping the leather. "You've learned from yours," the captain said. He set the glass down and reached toward the telescope, adjusting it out of habit. "Don't let that woman lose everything before she realizes what's real. Some of us don't get second chances. Some do, and they never see them because they're staring at old maps." I stopped by the window and looked out. The ocean stretched in a dark sheet, the horizon a thin, uncertain line. I'm afraid if I push any harder, I'll lose what little trust she has in me. But if I don't push, she loses her house, her savings, everything her husband worked for. Maybe her life. Edgar moved from the sofa to my shoulder with a careful hop. His weight was light but steady. He tilted his head as if listening for something only he could hear. "Lost," he said quietly. "Me or Eleanor?" I asked. "Toast." I laughed. "No, Edgar. Go out and get worms out of the garden or something. Toast is a morning food. I'll be back. I just need to get something to eat." "Food," Edgar said with a caw as I headed to the kitchen. Chapter 13. After an early morning text from Eleanor inviting me to come over, I parked in front of her house and sat for a moment with my hands on the steering wheel. Sunlight lay over the quiet street, neat hedges and trimmed lawns giving everything a calm, ordinary look that did not match the way I was feeling. I let out a slow breath, reached for my bag and stepped out. Walter was in his front yard, standing just off the shared property line with a pair of pruning shears hanging uselessly at his side. When he noticed me, he straightened and tried to arrange his face into something neutral. "Offer on the house, is there?" he asked. I walked a few steps closer, staying on Eleanor's side of the driveway. "Not yet. She wants me to meet that man over video." His fingers tightened around the shears. The metal gave a faint little click. I offered to fix a loose board on her back steps this morning when I saw her in the garden. She said she didn't have time, but she's got time for him. I didn't know what to say, so I kept quiet. "Maybe it'll help if you see whatever she's seeing," he said. "Maybe you'll find a way to reach her that I can't." "I'm going to do what I can," I said. He nodded once and stepped back. As I went up Eleanor's front steps, I felt his gaze on my back. Eleanor opened the door almost before I finished pressing the bell. Her hair was swept back in soft waves, and she wore a dress I had not seen before, a deep blue that set off the pearls at her throat. Her lipstick was perfectly applied, and her cheeks were carefully touched with colour. "You're right on time. Come in, come in. I don't want to miss him if the signal's good." She took my arm lightly, drawing me into the front hall. The air felt charged, as if the whole house was holding its breath. "You look lovely," I said. Eleanor's mouth curved in a quick, self-conscious smile. I haven't fussed like this in years. Deborah would scold me for fretting over a camera, but Robert says he likes when I make an effort. It makes him feel special. We went into the sitting room. The curtains had been drawn halfway to cut the glare on the screen. Eleanor's laptop waited on a small desk near the window, already open, the green light glowing beside the camera. Eleanor checked the clock on the wall, then smoothed her dress and sat down. She waved me toward the armchair nearby. "Sit where he can see you. I told him all about you, about how hard you're working on the house. He said to tell you he's grateful. I didn't tell him that you don't believe he's real." "That's probably for the best," I said. I took the chair at an angle, close enough to see the screen clearly. Eleanor clicked on the WhatsApp icon with practiced movements, then selected Roberts's name. A familiar profile picture filled the side of the screen, the same beach photo I had seen before. Eleanor clicked the video icon. The ringing screen popped up, then shifted. The image of a man appeared. He sat against a neutral background, some kind of cabin wall behind him. The lighting did not change with any natural rhythm. It was bright and even, with no hint of movement from a window or a shifting bulb. His features were exactly like the photograph: strong jaw, tanned skin, hair cut short. He smiled, and the pixels of his teeth were too uniform. "My queen," the man said, "how beautiful you look." The sound reached us a fraction before his mouth shaped the words. His lips seemed to trail a half beat behind the audio, moving with a slight delay. His gaze never shifted from the centre, as if glued there. This was all fake. Eleanor's whole face lit. She leaned toward the screen, shoulders relaxing, hand resting lightly on the edge of the desk. "You're clear today. This is my friend I told you about. This is Vylette, my realtor." The man on the screen lifted a hand in a small wave that did not quite match the timing of the gesture. "Ah, yes," he said. "The house sale. Very good, very good. You're helping my queen?" The last word landed with a different sound, the accent sliding from a smooth, generic American to something else on that syllable before flattening again. It was there and gone in an instant, like a seam in fabric that had not been pressed fully. I felt the hairs rise along my arms. I kept my expression calm. "I'm doing my best. It's a beautiful house." "Beautiful house, beautiful woman," he said. "I'm blessed." His head bobbed, slightly too steady, as if someone had looped a short animation. When he laughed, the sound came out full and practiced, but his chest did not expand the way it should have. The shadows on his face did not change at all. Eleanor did not seem to notice. She smiled at everything he said, replied with little details about her day, assured him that David was working on the funds. Each time she mentioned the banker's name, the man on the screen said something approving in the same pattern. "Very good, my queen. Soon I'll be home." The words hung there as the man's lips continued to move for a heartbeat after the audio cut, then stuttered back into alignment. The edges of his shoulders stayed crisp, no matter how he shifted. The image never blurred, never lost focus, the way a real video call often did. The call did not last long. After a few minutes of the same reassurances, phrased in slightly different ways, the man lifted his hand in that odd, weightless gesture again. "I must go," he said. "They call me back to work. I carry you in my heart, my queen. Kiss." He made a quick kissing motion toward the camera. The sound of it hit the speakers before his mouth puckered. The line cut. The screen flipped back to the chat window. Little green check marks sat beside a list of messages. Eleanor leaned back with a soft, contented sigh. Her shoulders dropped as if a weight had been taken away instead of added. "Isn't he wonderful? So handsome and kind." I looked at the blank video rectangle for a moment, the echo of the artificial rhythm still humming in my thoughts. "He is handsome," I said. The words came out steady. It was true enough. The man in the stolen picture was handsome, whoever he really was. Eleanor turned from the laptop and reached for a tissue from the box on the desk, dabbing at the corner of her mouth where her lipstick had smudged. I feel 10 years younger when I talk to him. He says he can't wait to go to the beach when he gets here. He loves the ocean. Look. She clicked on a folder marked Photos. A grid of the same few images appeared, all of the same man in different settings that shared the same careful lighting. Beach, weight room, a coffee shop with decor that looked more like a catalogue than a real place or a real person. My gaze snagged on something lying beside the mousepad. A small white rectangle, slightly worn at the corners. David Marsh's business card. His name was printed in neat blue letters along with the credit union's logo. On the back, written in pen, was a 10-digit number labelled with a tiny note. Mobile. My mind tightened around that detail. Whatever David did for other clients, he had given Eleanor direct access to him. Eleanor followed my glance and smiled. David's been so helpful. He never makes me feel silly when I don't understand a form. He's processing the retirement funds tomorrow. He said he'd come here personally to help me with the transfer. Above and beyond, don't you think? My thoughts jumped, connecting Dorothy's notes, the offshore deposits in Jack's file, and David's tidy handwriting on the back of that card. Does he usually make house calls? I asked. Eleanor folded the tissue between her fingers, smoothing the little square. For special clients, he says. I must be special. She said it with a small, shy smile, as if the idea comforted her. My phone sat in my bag on the floor beside the chair. I reached down, fingers closing around it as Eleanor turned back to the laptop, clicking through a few more messages, humming under her breath. I'm glad he's taking good care of you, I said. I unlocked my phone with my thumb and opened my messages. My hands did not shake, but I had to breathe on purpose to keep them that way. I typed a short line to Jack. David's going to Eleanor's tomorrow to help with retirement transfer. I think he's moving up the timeline. I hit send and slipped the phone back into my bag, the movement small and practiced. A few seconds later, the phone buzzed softly against the fabric. I eased it out again, angling the screen where Eleanor could not see. Jack's reply sat there in a single line. I'll call her daughters, see if they can talk her out of it. I locked the phone and put it away. Eleanor clicked back to the home screen and closed the laptop with gentle care, as if she were tucking something precious in for the night. Thank you for coming, she said. I wanted you to see him so you'd understand. Now that you know he's real, you'll feel better about selling the house. So you still want to sell? I thought you said you wouldn't have to sell now because of the retirement fund. Oh, yes. I don't need to now when this next transfer goes through. But Robert said we'll buy something together. I think that's best. I looked at the closed computer, then at the woman who sat beside it, her dress neat, her lipstick bright, her whole life braced around an image on a screen. I stood to leave, then stopped. Eleanor, can I ask you something? Do you ever feel Cyril around, in the house? Eleanor's hand stilled on the laptop lid. A long pause settled between us before she answered. Yes, she said quietly. That's why I never touched the thermostat. He always kept it on 62. I leave it there. She looked down at her hands. To tell you the truth, that's part of why I want to sell. When I first started talking to Roberts, the house went crazy. Doors slamming, lights flickering, things falling. I think Cyril doesn't want me with another man. She gave a small, sad laugh. Even from wherever he is. I sat back down. Eleanor, I have to tell you something. At the open home, the same things happened. The thermostat kept resetting to 62. The wedding photo stayed standing when all the others fell. The chandelier flickered every time someone asked about the rush to sell. The door in the office slammed so hard everyone jumped. I held her gaze. Cyril was here. He doesn't want you to sell. Eleanor said nothing for a long moment. Her fingers pressed flat against the closed laptop lid. Think about it, I said gently. The man who actually loved you is still here. He's trying to reach you. I am aware of that, Vylette. When Daisy said I should sell the house with you, I knew about your reputation with houses that have residents that are no longer living. It took you a while to say something. I wasn't sure if it happened when you were here or if you knew. I do. Thank you for coming, Vylette. That was my cue to leave. I left her sitting with that, and with whatever Cyril had to say about it. Chapter 14. Later that night, my phone rang just as I finished brushing my teeth. I glanced at the screen on the nightstand and saw Eleanor's name. I answered at once. Eleanor? The house is going crazy. Doors are slamming. The lights keep going on and off. I think there's an electrical problem, or it could be, you know. I don't know what to do. I was already moving. I slid my feet into my shoes and grabbed my bag from the chair. Stay in one room and sit down. I'm on my way. I ended the call, tapped out a fast message to Jack that Eleanor's house was having trouble, then hurried down the staircase of Briggs Manor. The stained glass in the foyer was dark now, the colours only faint shapes in the lamplight. I locked the front door and drove toward Eleanor's. By the time I turned onto Eleanor's street, my shoulders ached from how tight I was holding myself. Of course, the road looked as calm as ever. Porch lights glowed, curtains were drawn, and someone had left a hose coiled neatly by a front step. I parked at the front of the house and stepped out. Before I reached Eleanor's driveway, a voice called from the shadows beside the hedge. Vylette! Walter stood there, half in the light from his porch, half in the dark. His pruning shears hung at his side, useless the way they had been earlier. I heard banging, he said. The lights have been flashing on and off. I was just about to go knock again when I saw your car. She called me, I said. Come with me. We crossed the short stretch of grass together. When I pressed the doorbell, it sounded loud in the quiet street. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the door jerked open. Eleanor stood there in her housecoat and slippers. Her hair was mussed, and there was a wild brightness in her expression that I had never seen before. Thank goodness, Eleanor said. You have to see this. I think the whole place is shorting out. She stepped back to let us in. Walter hesitated at the threshold. I'll stay by the door if you want me to, he said. Don't be silly, Eleanor said. You're already here. Come in. The words were brisk, but there was relief under them. She led us down the hallway toward the dining room. The air felt charged. I could not hear anything unusual now, only the quiet creak of the floor under our feet, but the house felt different. As we turned into the dining room, I understood why. Every framed picture of Eleanor and Cyril that had hung in the hallway and living room had been gathered and placed on the long table. The arrangement was not random. The wedding photo sat in the centre, propped against a crystal bowl. Around it, in careful rows, stood anniversary portraits, vacation snapshots, holiday gatherings. Years of shared life had been pulled from the walls and set like witnesses. Eleanor stopped short. Her hand went to her throat. I didn't do this, she said. I came out of the kitchen and they were just here. I heard things falling and then everything went quiet. Walter moved closer to the table, his back very straight. He reached for a frame showing Eleanor and Cyril in front of a car, then let his hand fall without touching it. He was neat, Walter said. Cyril. He lined things up straight. These are in a straight line. His voice held a mixture of wonder and something like fear. I walked slowly around the table. Each frame faced the same direction. None lay flat or tipped. I remembered the hallway bare as I walked in and tried to picture the amount of movement it would have taken to pull everything down and arrange it like this in the short time since Eleanor's call. "Eleanor, have you moved any of these?" I asked. "No," Eleanor said. She sounded offended by the question. "I've been in the kitchen. The lights in there kept flickering and the back door slammed twice without anyone there. I didn't touch these pictures. Why would I do this in the middle of the night?" I believed her. Whatever had happened in the dining room had not been done by a woman alone with too much time to think. "There's more," Eleanor said. "In Cyril's office, I heard drawers opening. I thought someone had broken in." She turned and led us toward the small office off the back hall. Walter went last, as if he wanted to keep both women where he could see them. The office light was on. The old wooden desk that had belonged to Cyril stood under the window, and every one of its drawers hung open. Ledger books lay open on the desk, on the chair, on the floor, their pages spread. Careful rows of numbers filled them, Cyril's handwriting small and even. Eleanor stopped in the doorway and pressed her hand against the frame. "He kept these like this for years. He was so particular. I haven't touched them since he passed. I couldn't really." I stepped inside, careful where I put my feet. The ledgers told their own story, even from a distance. Savings accounts, deposits noted in a steady way, no wild jumps, no sudden emptiness. A life built one careful entry at a time. The drawers didn't open themselves. Nothing in this house has ever done that. I think something's gone very wrong. Someone is trying to scare me. I looked at the ledger on the chair. The last page had been flipped open, the most recent entries visible. Eleanor's voice about retirement accounts and transfers threaded through my mind. "No one is trying to scare you," I said. Eleanor stared at me. "What do you mean?" "It's got to be Cyril," Walter said. Eleanor gave a short laugh that did not sound convinced. "Do you think that too, Walter? I mean, I've wondered if that could be possible." A swell of air moved past my face then, sudden and cold enough to raise goosebumps along my arms. The office window was shut. The hall behind us was still, yet the papers on the desk rustled and one of the ledger covers flapped, then settled. The light overhead flickered, once, twice, then steadied. I turned back toward the dining room at the same moment Eleanor did. For a heartbeat, the air in front of the table seemed to thicken. A shape gathered, pale and faint, as if someone had drawn an outline on clear glass. Shoulders, the hint of a neat suit, a familiar tilt of the head from the older photographs on the table. He stood beside the wedding picture, not in it, looking at Eleanor. The expression on his face was all there, though. Concern, affection, an urgency that went beyond words. It felt like heat pressed against frost. I did not breathe. The shape held for one long moment, then the light above us flickered again. When it steadied, the space beside the photo was empty. Eleanor's hand tightened on the doorframe until her knuckles went white. "Did you feel that? Tell me you felt that," she whispered. "I did," Walter whispered back. I walked back to the dining room. My steps felt careful, though the floor was steady. I stood at the end of the table and looked straight at the wedding photograph. He's trying to warn you. He's trying to protect your future, trying to protect you from losing all your money. Eleanor came to stand beside me. Her shoulders shook once. Cyril, she said. The name came out on a broken breath. Walter moved closer on the other side of the table. He did not look at the scattered frames. He looked at Eleanor's face. He loved you too much to ever really leave, Walter said. We both have. Eleanor lifted one hand as if she meant to touch the wedding frame, then stopped. Her fingers hovered there, trembling. The three of us stood there, side by side, with the weight of decades arranged in glass and wood between us. It felt as if the house itself held its breath along with us. Cyril's careful records in the office, the wedding portrait in the centre of the table, the vacation smiles, the anniversaries, all the steady, ordinary days that had added up to a life, set here now like an argument against what Eleanor was about to give away. My throat felt tight. This was what Cyril had worked for, not just money on paper, but the safety and comfort of the woman who stood here with us, chasing a dream that did not exist, while the reality stood 2 doors away with pruning shears in his hand. The silence broke with the ringing of the phone on the hall table. Eleanor startled. Who would be calling at this hour? I'll get it, I said. I walked to the hall and picked up the receiver. Hello? Vylette? Daisy's voice came through, edged with concern. I heard from one of the neighbours that things were banging around over there. Is Eleanor all right? They said her lights were going off and on. I'll put you on speaker, I said. Eleanor, Daisy's on the phone. Eleanor, sweetheart, please let me come over, Daisy asked. I glanced back toward the dining room. Eleanor stood just where I had left her, Walter close beside her, both of them framed by the doorway. Eleanor stepped into the hall enough to be heard. I'm fine, she called. Her voice shook only a little. Don't fuss, Daisy. It's just old house problems, probably a breaker. I don't want you coming out at night. You stay where you are. There was a pause on the line. Then Daisy's voice came back, softer. If you're sure, dear, I'll call again in the morning. I'm sure, Eleanor said. She sounded tired now. Good night. I lifted the receiver back to my ear and took her off loud. I'm here with her, and so is Walter, I said. We're checking things. She's not alone. All right, Daisy said. Is she safe? Should Jack get involved officially? The concern in her question pressed at me. I looked through the dining room again at the gathered pictures, then at Walter's steady figure beside Eleanor. He's doing something. I'll let you know if anything changes. We said good night. I hung up the phone and stood for a moment with my hand on it, the quiet of the hall closing in again. Then I turned back to the dining room, to the table full of a life that was trying hard to speak. What does Cyril want? Eleanor said. If he's reaching out from the grave. He's warning you about Roberts. He's not real, Eleanor, I said. But you saw him, Vylette. It was some kind of video manipulation. They can do so many things these days that look real. No one knows what's real and what's not anymore. Cyril doesn't want you to be taken advantage of. Neither do I, Walter said. There's a lot more behind this, Eleanor. Jack Sullivan is looking into things, and he's found out a lot of things that will surprise you. Please don't talk to this man, and don't give him any more money, at least until you hear from Jack. Eleanor moved over to the nearest chair and sat down. What things has he found out? So much. Eleanor hung her head. I'll make you a hot cup of tea, Walter said to Eleanor. She nodded. Walter looked over at me. Thanks for coming out at this time of night. There's nothing more you can do now. Cyril has quietened down. You might as well go home." I looked at Eleanor and she gave a nod. "Call me if something else happens. I'll see myself out." I walked out of the house, quite surprised that ordinary people actually believed in ghosts. Chapter 15. Jack called early the next morning while I sat at my kitchen table with my notebook open and a cup of tea cooling beside me. The sky over the water outside the window was a flat grey, the kind that made everything feel suspended. I answered on the second ring. "They won't talk to her," Jack said without preamble. His voice sounded worn, like he had already had too many conversations for one morning. "Sorry, who won't?" "Eleanor's daughters. I called last night. They said they already warned her enough times and they're done being the villains in her story." I closed my notebook. "They cut her off?" "That's what it sounds like." Paper rustled on his end, as if he was shuffling files. "They said when the money's gone, they'll deal with it then. Until that happens, they don't want to be involved." I pictured Eleanor at her dining room table, surrounded by pictures of her life with Cyril, and felt a tightness in my chest. "So it's just us?" "It is for now," Jack said. There was a pause, then a new steadiness in his tone. "Which means we stop trying to persuade from the outside and start gathering what we need from the inside." I straightened. "What are you thinking?" "David's still coming to the house this afternoon, right?" "He said he was. Eleanor was sure of it." "Then we let him," Jack said. "We don't spook him. We don't tip our hand. We let him believe this is just another visit with a trusting client. And while he's relaxed, we listen." "Listen how?" I asked. "Danny's going to set up recording equipment at Eleanor's before David gets there," Jack said. "Small cameras, audio recorders, nothing obvious. I'll park down the road where I can see the house and keep an ear on the live feed. You'll be inside with Eleanor as her emotional support. If David says something useful, we have it." "Wait a moment. You've been in touch with Danny?" "Yes, I'm doing this in my own time. The department doesn't want to be involved in another one of these scams. They're a waste of time unless a huge task force is involved, and being where we are, yes, in the small community of Driftwood Cove, I understand." I ran my fingertip along the edge of the notebook. "We need him to say he knows Roberts isn't real, but that's not likely." "We need him to say he knows it's a scam," Jack said. "Or that he knows the money isn't going where he tells her it is. Best case, he slips and says something about Dorothy too. Anything that connects what he possibly might have done there with what he's doing here." I let that settle. It felt like standing at the edge of one of the cliffs outside of town, knowing the rock was solid but still aware of the drop. "What if he doesn't?" I asked quietly. "What if he just smiles and deflects and walks away with her signature?" "Then we keep investigating," Jack said. "We don't stop with this. But we're running out of time before that retirement account is gone, so we take the best shot we have." I took a breath that steadied me from the inside out. "All right. Tell me when you want us there. I told her last night you were looking into some things." "Perfect. I'll talk with her this morning." We agreed on a time. When I hung up, I washed my cup, gathered my bag, and drove toward town, then called Danny. Jack had already called Eleanor by the time Danny and I arrived. She met us at the door with a nervous, determined look that told me she'd agreed to whatever Jack had suggested. Eleanor clasped her hands together in front of her, watching Danny with an anxious sort of eagerness. Danny wore his usual cargo shorts and t-shirt and no shoes. Eleanor's attention dropped to his bare feet. Her brows lifted. "What happened to your shoes?" she asked. Danny grinned. "I leave them off for grounding. Helps me pay attention." She blinked, then gave the smallest smile. Young people these days have such interesting habits. Then she turned to me. Are you sure this is necessary, Vylette? It feels like such a fuss. It's just a precaution. You asked me yesterday if I was sure about Roberts. I think it's fair to be just as sure about everyone who's helping you send your money to him. Eleanor looked from me to Danny, then nodded once. If you think it'll help. Danny held up one of the small cameras between his fingers. These are small, he said. You won't notice them once they're in place, and not a word to this banker. His name is David. Yeah, David. Not a word about these cameras and just act naturally. Don't look at them. While Eleanor and I moved into the dining room, Danny worked his way around the rooms, tucking devices into the corners of shelves and atop door frames. He moved with quick, efficient motions, humming under his breath. When he came into the dining room, he set a small device near the end of the buffet and another on the curtain rod. These will pick up sound pretty well, he said. Jack will be able to hear from the car. I'll be out there too, watching the feed. Eleanor smoothed the front of her housecoat. It feels strange to be listened to like this. It isn't about listening to you, I said. It's about listening to him. You don't trust anyone, do you, Vylette? I shook my head. I don't. We heard a key jangling at the front door. The sound jolted through the house, sharper than usual. I'll see who that is, I said. Danny and I traded a look in the hall. He gave me a quick nod, then slipped out the back to take his place with Jack. When I opened the door, Deborah stood on the front step. She wore a neat blouse and dark pants, her hair pulled back more tightly than usual. Oh, hello, Vylette. It's my day off, but I want to be here for Eleanor, Deborah said. I gave her a smile. This is a big moment for her. Eleanor's in the dining room. Come in. Deborah stepped inside, glancing around with a practiced eye that seemed to take in everything. I haven't been able to stop thinking about what you said the other day, she said as we walked. About being careful. I want to think Roberts is real, but I'm pleased she's trusting you to help her. I did not answer that. Deborah went ahead of me into the dining room. Eleanor, Deborah said, I thought you might need a friendly face. Eleanor turned from the table. Relief loosened her shoulders. I'm glad you're here, she said. It's all a bit much. Forms and numbers and wires. I feel like I'm starting a business instead of planning a life. Deborah moved to stand beside her chair. I'll help you keep it straight. While they settled, I slipped to the front porch with my phone in hand and checked for a message. One line from Jack sat waiting. In position. I texted back. We're ready. Then I returned to the dining room and took my place at the far side of the table. The laptop waited in the centre, its lid closed for now. We did not have long to wait. A car door sounded from outside, then footsteps up the front steps. Moments later, the bell chimed again. This time, Eleanor called, Come in, it's open. The front door opened. David Marsh appeared in the doorway of the dining room with an easy, professional smile already in place. He carried a sleek laptop bag over one shoulder, his tie neatly knotted, hair combed with careful precision. Eleanor, he said, so good to see you. He crossed the room and took her hand between both of his, giving it a warm squeeze before letting go. His attention shifted to me, and his smile widened by a fraction. You must be Vylette West, he said. We've crossed paths at the credit union, but never properly met. I asked Vylette to be here, if you don't mind, Eleanor said. He grinned. I don't mind at all. I gave him a nod when he looked at me. Thank you for coming out to help her. It's my pleasure. We take special care of our long-time clients. He nodded to Deborah. Always nice to see you too. Deborah inclined her head. I wanted to make sure everything goes smoothly. Of course, David said. He slid the laptop bag off his shoulder and set it on the table, then drew out a thin computer and a folder of papers. "Why don't we sit?" We took our places around the table. Eleanor sat closest to David. Deborah stood behind and a little to the side of her, a hand resting lightly on the back of Eleanor's chair. I took the opposite side, where I could see David's face clearly and also watch Eleanor. David opened the laptop, fingers moving with practiced ease as he entered passwords and navigated to the forms he needed. The glow of the screen reflected faintly on his face. "All right," he said. "We're moving your retirement account into a liquid position and setting up the international transfer. I just need you to authorize the withdrawal and confirm the destination account. Once that's done, the funds will be available for your fiancé." He slid a paper toward Eleanor and tapped 3 spots in neat succession. Here, here, and here. Eleanor bent closer, squinting slightly at the small text. "How long will it take after I sign?" 24 hours, David said. "Roberts will have his money by Friday. He'll be able to settle things and come home." Eleanor's lips shaped the word Friday as if she was tasting it, already moving into that imagined future. Deborah's gaze tracked the pen in Eleanor's hand, then shifted to the form. A faint line appeared between her brows. "This is a lot of money for someone you haven't met in person," she said. Eleanor's head came up at that. "How can I meet him in person when he's on an oil rig, Deborah? We've been through this." "I know. I'm just worried," Deborah said. David gave a small, sympathetic shake of his head. "It's natural to be protective," he said. "But Roberts needs you, Eleanor. You've come so far with this. It would be a shame to stop now, right when you're close." The words settled over the table like a net. Eleanor exhaled slowly and looked back at the form. I forced myself to keep my voice even. "David, can I ask you something while we're here?" He glanced at me, still smiling. "Of course. What can I help with?" "Have you helped other clients with international transfers like this?" I asked. "Significant amounts, going overseas for personal reasons." He did not hesitate. "Oh yes, quite common. International business, foreign investments, family support, nothing unusual." "Even to Nigeria?" I asked. Something moved under the surface of his expression. It was quick, a tightening at the corners of his mouth, the smallest pause before he continued. "Various countries," he said. "Banking is global now." I watched him, feeling the weight of the small recording devices in the room, the way one felt the weight of a storm charge in the air. "Did you help Dorothy Chen with international transfers too?" The temperature in the room felt like it shifted. David's smile did not move, but his gaze cooled, the friendly ease dropping behind something flatter. "I'm not at liberty to discuss other clients," he said. "Privacy laws." "Of course. It's just that she died so suddenly. Everyone said it was unnatural causes." "Very tragic," David said. He turned his attention back to Eleanor, his tone warm again. "Now, if you'll just sign here, we can get everything moving for you." Eleanor's hand hovered over the first signature line. The tip of the pen trembled slightly above the paper. The room felt very small to me, as if the walls had shifted closer without any of us noticing. Eleanor drew in a breath and lowered the pen. Before the ink could touch the page, the lights went out. All of them. The chandelier over the table, the lamp in the corner, the small under-cabinet strip from the kitchen beyond. One moment, we were sitting in the soft wash of afternoon brightness and electric light. The next, the room dropped into a dense, gloomy darkness that erased our features and turned us into outlines. Outside, the sky had darkened without any of us noticing, and then the rain came. Eleanor gasped. A chair leg scraped on the floor. Someone's hand hit the edge of the table hard enough to rattle the wedding photo in its frame. There was a sharp, decisive sound as David's laptop snapped shut. "What in the world?" David started. His voice held the first real edge of unease I had heard from him. Then a voice cut through the dark. "No!" The single word filled the room. It did not echo, yet it seemed to come from everywhere at once. Everyone went still. The scrape of chair legs stopped. The faint shuffle of breath quieted. For an instant, the house itself felt as if it held itself rigid, listening. The only noise was the heavy rainfall, making the place feel otherworldly. I did not have to see Eleanor's face to know who she had heard. Chapter 16. The light came back in a hard blink that made everything look sharper than it had a moment before. The chandelier glowed again over the dining table. The lamp in the corner shone on Cyril and Eleanor's wedding photograph, and the little green light on David's closed laptop winked softly. The rain had also stopped. Eleanor stood beside her chair with both hands pressed flat on the table. Her face looked drained, as if all the colour had been pulled from it at once. The pen lay where it had slipped from her fingers, a dark line on the white tablecloth. David had jerked to his feet when the room went black. He stayed standing now, breathing a little faster than before, his gaze moving over the ceiling and the walls, then down to the laptop, as if he could not quite believe it was shut. "Did you hear that?" Eleanor whispered. Her voice shook. She didn't sound like someone talking about a breaker flipping. She sounded like someone who had just been pulled back from the edge of something very high. David cleared his throat. "Old houses," he said. His tone came out too quick, almost on top of her words. "Electrical issues. The lines in these neighbourhoods can be touchy. Let's just finish this up, and then you can have someone take a look at the wiring." "That wasn't the wiring," Eleanor said. She didn't raise her voice, but the words carried. She straightened slowly, still braced on the edge of the table, and looked at the wedding photograph in front of her instead of at him. That was Cyril's voice. I heard him. He said no. Deborah had not moved from her place behind Eleanor's chair. One hand still rested on the chair back. The other had closed over the top rail so tightly that her knuckles showed pale along it. She looked at Eleanor, then at David, her mouth pressed in a thin line. "You're upset," David said. He tried for a soothing tone, but there was a tightness under it now. "That's understandable. This is a big decision. When people are under stress, they hear and feel all kinds of things. It doesn't mean anything is actually wrong." "It was his voice," Eleanor said. "He never shouted at me like that. Not once in 40 years. But he shouted just now." For a heartbeat, David's face changed. The careful concern dropped. Something hard flashed there, sharp and impatient, like a hand snapping at a fly. Then it was gone. He smoothed his tie with one quick motion and let his shoulders loosen again. "Of course," he said. "Take your time. You don't have to sign anything this minute if you don't feel ready. Think it over. Talk to Roberts. I'm sure he'll understand the delay, even if it sets him back a little." "Cyril is gone, Eleanor. Could you have heard something else?" Deborah asked. "I know what I heard," she snapped. I didn't know what to say, so I kept quiet. Eleanor shook her head. "I don't want to sign just yet." He closed the folder of papers with a neat tap of his fingertips and slid the pen toward the centre of the table, as if he was simply tidying. When he lifted his head again, the warm smile was back in place. "But do keep in mind that he's counting on you," David said. "You've already come so far with this. It would be a shame for both of you if fear stopped you right before the finish line." Eleanor didn't answer. She kept her gaze on the photograph. Her shoulders had started to tremble. David waited a moment, then nodded as if we had all agreed on something. "I'll leave these forms with you," he said. "Look them over. If you decide you're ready, we can finalise things at the branch. Or I can come back if that feels easier. Whatever works best for you." He slipped the papers back into his folder, tucked the laptop into his bag, and lifted the strap over his shoulder. When he passed me on his way out, his expression didn't flicker. He only said, "Thank you for being here for her, like any bank manager might have. Thank you for coming." The words tasted wrong in my mouth, but I let them stand. We needed him to believe that nothing had shifted, that the only thing in the way of his plan was Eleanor's nerves and not a room full of listening devices. "I'll walk you out, David," Deborah said, and then she turned to Eleanor. "I have an appointment in town. Will you be okay?" "I'll be fine," Eleanor said. Deborah followed him into the hall. I heard low voices, a murmur I couldn't quite make out. Then the front door opened and closed. The sound of David's steps faded along the front path. Silence settled into the dining room again. The chandelier hummed faintly. Eleanor's knees seemed to give all at once. She dropped into the nearest chair with a soft thump and caught the table edge again as if she needed it to steady herself. "It was Cyril," she said. Her words came out on a rough breath. "I keep thinking I'm losing my mind, that I'm seeing what I want to see, but that was him." I pulled out the chair beside her and sat. The wedding photograph stood right in front of us, the younger Eleanor and Cyril smiling out from another time. The frames around it still stood in their careful rows, every one of them lined up, every shared year accounted for. "I believe you," I said. "I heard him too." Eleanor turned her head toward me, her features tight. "He's trying to stop me," she said. "But from what? From love or happiness? From getting a second chance at all the things he can't give me anymore?" Her voice cracked on the last words. She put the heel of her hand against her mouth for a moment, as if she could push the sound back down. I let the question hang between us for a breath. The choice Eleanor had framed it as was not the one that stood in front of her. It wasn't a matter of Cyril against happiness. It was Cyril standing between her and a drop she couldn't see clearly yet. "He's trying to protect you," I said. Eleanor gave a small, helpless laugh that had no humour in it. "Protect me from what? From being foolish? From wanting too much? People keep telling me I'm foolish every time I reach for anything that isn't safe and small. I'm old, but I still need someone to love me." "I don't think it's about that. Roberts is not real. Cyril knows that." I kept my tone quiet. There was no point in raising it. The weight of the word did its own work. Eleanor's shoulders flinched at it, as if the sound had landed somewhere tender she had been pretending not to feel. "How can you know that for sure, Vylette?" "Eleanor, I need to tell you something about Dorothy Chen." Eleanor's hand dropped from her mouth to the table. She stared at the white of the cloth between us, then at the lines of numbers visible on the ledger that still lay open on the nearest chair in Cyril's office. "What about her?" she asked. I took a breath, feeling it all the way down to the soles of my feet. "When I went to her house for the bank appraisal," I said, "I thought it was a simple job. It wasn't. You deserve to know everything she went through because some of it touches you more than you realise." "Tell me," she said. Outside, a car door closed somewhere down the road. In the driveway, Danny and Jack would be watching, listening, waiting. in the dining room, under the watchful faces in all those pictures. I steadied myself and began. Chapter 17. I took a breath and folded my hands on the table so Eleanor could see they weren't shaking, even though I felt a tremor deep inside. When I went to Dorothy Chen's house, I thought it was just another walkthrough. The family wanted an estate appraisal. I was going room by room, measuring and making notes. Eleanor kept her fingers on the silver frame in front of her. Her shoulders were tight. Go on. In the hallway outside her office, I said, the air changed. It felt like something had shifted. I turned around and Dorothy was there. Not in pictures, not in my imagination. She was standing right in front of me. I could see through her and still see her. She looked desperate. Eleanor's head turned slowly. Her mouth was slightly open, as if she wasn't sure whether to speak. She appeared to you. An apparition. Something like that. She told me she was murdered, I said. She said, he killed me to keep me quiet. Before she died, she was also communicating over the internet with someone called Roberts John. The colour drained further from Eleanor's face. Her hand on the frame curled until her fingers pressed into the metal. Is this true? Yes. You saw her, she whispered. I did, I said. I didn't understand anything. I called Danny and told him about it. Later, we went back with her family's permission. We found her laptop behind some books. Eleanor's gaze dropped to the tablecloth, then back to me. Is that how you know she was speaking with Roberts? Yes. Her computer had all her records, I said. Spreadsheets where she tracked every wire transfer to Roberts, screenshots of their messages. She had done her own research on romance scams and realised the pictures were stolen. There were notes about David. She wrote that he kept pushing her to send more, that he got tense when she asked questions. She thought he was part of it. Eleanor's lips moved as if she was repeating the words in her head. So Roberts is a two-timer. She still wasn't understanding that there was no person called Roberts John. I continued with something I hoped she would understand. There were deposits into his personal account from a company overseas that matched the dates of those wires, I said. Jack checked the bank records. It wasn't just Dorothy. Other clients had made transfers, and David helped every time. He got something back when they sent money out. Eleanor's hands began to tremble. The frame rattled softly on the table. Dorothy figured it out, I said. She made notes that she was meeting David to confront him. That was the night she died. Eleanor looked at me fully then. Fear and something like disbelief warred across her features. You think he killed her? She whispered. The man who was just here in my home. I held her gaze. I think she was asking too many questions, I said, just like you're starting to. Eleanor's breath came faster. She looked past me toward the doorway where David had stood only minutes before, as if she could still see him there with his neat tie and careful smile. But Roberts, she said. The name came out thin. Roberts isn't like that. He's kind. He listens. He loves me. There is no Roberts, I said. It's a scammer. It could be a man or a woman, or even a group of people. They steal people's photos from the internet and pretend to be whoever you need them to be. But no, we have the same likes, the same interests. They find out about you and come up with a personality that they know will hook you. They do this for a living. They are professionals. Eleanor flinched as if someone had struck the table. There isn't a man on an oil rig waiting for you, I said. There's someone behind a screen in Nigeria or some other country using stolen pictures, writing the same messages to a list of women. And there's David Marsh here in town, making sure the money moves and taking his cut when it does. It seems he might be getting paid for it. For a long second, Eleanor didn't move. Then she reached for her phone on the near chair with a motion that was almost jerky and brought it close. Her thumb shook as she unlocked it. She opened the messaging app and pulled up the familiar thread. Robert's name sat at the top, the little heart beside it brighter than it had any right to be. She tapped on his profile picture. The same beach photo filled the screen, the same broad shoulders, the same sunlight. She stared at it so long the screen dimmed. She tapped it again. "He texts me every morning," she said. Her voice sounded small. "He asks what I dreamed. He asks if I slept. He tells me what he had for breakfast, what the sky looks like over the water. He sends me pictures of sunsets and little crowns and says I'm his queen." Her hand tightened around the phone. "It's nice to have someone like that, but he's not real." "He asks me about my day," she said, "about Daisy and the meetings at the home, and if my knees are hurting and if I'm eating enough. He reminds me to drink water. He asks how the roses are doing. He makes me feel—" She trailed off, the word hanging there, unfinished. "Seen," a man's voice said from the doorway. I turned. Walter Kurtzen stood just inside the room, cap in hand, as if he had remembered at the last second to take it off. His boots left a faint pattern on the rug. The screen door behind him clicked gently as it settled. He had come in quietly, the way he seemed to move through most things, not wanting to intrude. Now he stood very straight, his jaw set. "He makes you feel seen," he said. "I know." For a moment she looked startled, as if she hadn't heard him come in at all. "I wasn't trying to listen," Walter said. "The back door was open from when Danny went out. I heard the power go out and I came over. Then I heard Cyril and I didn't know what to do. I waited until David left. I'm sorry if I shouldn't be here." "It's all right," I said. Eleanor didn't seem to hear me. She watched Walter as if something in his face was unfamiliar and yet had been in front of her for a very long time. "How do you know he makes me feel seen?" "I know because that's all you've ever wanted," Walter said. He stepped closer to the table, still holding his cap. His hands were rough from work. There was soil along the edge of one fingernail, as if he had come straight from the garden. "You wanted someone to notice when you were tired," he said. "That's right," Eleanor smiled. Walter continued. "To remember how you take your tea without asking. To know when you prefer the windows open or closed. To see when you're putting on a brave face and when you're not. To know what songs you like, what stories you tell about Cyril, when you miss him most." Something in Eleanor's expression shifted. Her shoulders lost a little of their rigid tension. "It's all true, and if Roberts is not real, then I'm all alone. Again." "I'm here," Walter said quietly. 15 years, Eleanor. Mowing your grass, fixing your gutters, checking your pipes in the winter, bringing you soup when you had that bad cough, driving you and Daisy when your car was in the shop. I've seen you when you laughed and when you tried not to cry on the driveway after the letter from your daughter." Eleanor's eyes closed briefly at that, then opened again. "I've loved you," Walter said. "Not in a storybook way, in a real way. The kind that takes years and stays when the shine wears off. But I'm not a handsome 30-year-old on a beach with a fantasy future. I'm just an old man who knows how you take your tea." I stepped back, feeling out of place. "I know you sit on the porch when it rains, even if you say your joints don't like the damp, because you and Cyril used to count the seconds between lightning and thunder." She giggled like a girl. "That's true, we did that." "I know you." He fell quiet. The dining room held all of it. The ghost of Cyril's voice still settled in the corners, the soft hum of the chandelier, the weight of words that had been waiting a long time to be said. I reached out and laid my hand over Eleanor's on the table. Eleanor's skin felt cold. Eleanor turned her head slowly, as if it took effort, and looked at me. "Are you sure Roberts isn't real?" she asked. There was a child's hope in the question that made something pull tight in my chest. "He's not real," I said. I didn't soften it. There was no kindness in pretending. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then tears welled and spilled over. Eleanor didn't bother to wipe them at first. They ran along the lines of her cheeks and fell onto the white cloth in small, dark spots. "I'm such a fool. An old fool, and that's worse. I should have known he was too good to be true." The words came out on a broken sound. She pulled her hand from under mine and covered her face, as if she could hide from all of us and from herself at once. "You're not a fool," I said. "You're a woman who lost her husband after a whole lifetime together and found yourself alone in a house that suddenly felt too big. You trusted someone who told you what you needed to hear. People who do this are professionals. They know exactly what to say. They look for good people who care about others, and they use that. This is not your fault." Eleanor shook her head, but she didn't pull away from my hand. Her shoulders shook under my palm. $237,000. Cyril worked so hard for so long. Every overtime shift, every careful choice. We skipped vacations. We kept the old furniture when everyone said we should replace it. We packed lunches instead of eating out, all so there'd be enough for later, for me, for the girls. And I just gave it away to someone I don't even know, to someone who must be hateful and hurtful to do this to me. "You haven't signed those papers yet. You lost some money, yes, but you didn't give it all away, and you still have this house." "I don't have to sell." "No. I'll just tell the buyers that you've taken it off the market. It happens all the time." "It does." I nodded. Eleanor lowered her hand and stared at the unsigned forms David had left in the centre of the table. The pen lay beside them, still uncapped, ink tip dark against the cloth. She reached out and, with a small, deliberate motion, pushed the folder away from her. I looked over at Walter and then stood up. They needed a moment alone. "I'll stop by tomorrow and see how you're doing." She grabbed my hand. "Vylette, you've been a lifesaver." I smiled. "All in a day's work." I turned and gave Walter a nod goodbye before I headed out the door. I stood on Eleanor's front step for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the brightness after the close dimness of the dining room. The sky had cleared while we'd been inside, leaving everything sharp-edged and ordinary again. Danny sat on the hood of his truck, parked 3 houses down under the shade of a massive oak. His bare feet swung idly, and he had one earbud in, the other dangling against his chest. When he saw me, he pulled the earbud out and hopped down. I walked toward him, scanning the street. "Where's Jack?" "Got called to the Petersons' place," Danny said. He jerked his chin toward the next block over. "Apparently Mr. Peterson decided to trim the branches hanging over Mrs. Adams' vegetable garden, except they weren't his branches to trim. She called it arboreal assault. Jack said he'd be back as soon as he sorted it." Despite everything, I felt a small smile tug at my mouth. Arboreal assault. His words, not mine. Danny leaned against the truck and studied me. "You look like you want to hit something." "I want to hit David Marsh," I said flatly. "Get in line." Danny's jaw tightened. "I thought for sure when you brought up Dorothy he'd crack. Just a little. Something we could use." He's too practiced, I said. The frustration sat hot and heavy in my chest. We had cameras, audio, everything set up perfectly, and he didn't give us a single usable word. Danny kicked at a piece of gravel on the road. At least Eleanor knows now. That's what matters, right? I looked back at the house. Through the window, I could just make out Eleanor and Walter still in the dining room, their silhouettes close together. That's everything, I said. She didn't sign. The money's safe. Walter finally said what he needed to say. The tightness in my chest eased slightly. We did what we came to do. But David walks, Danny said. For now. I pulled out my phone to check the time. Leave the equipment in place, in case he comes back. You think he will? I thought about the way David had smiled, the way he tucked those unsigned papers back into his folder with such careful patience, the way he told Eleanor to take her time, as if he had all the time in the world to wait for her to come around. Men like that always come back, I said. Danny nodded and pushed off from the truck. I'll swing by later and make sure everything's still recording. Jack will want to review it all anyway. In the distance, Jack's voice drifted over from the next block, calm and reasonable. I caught the words neighbourly communication and mutual respect for property lines. Arboreal assault, Danny said, grinning now. Want to go watch? I think I've had enough drama for one day. I started toward my car, then paused. Thanks, Danny, for all of this. We got Eleanor out, he said. That's not nothing. He was right. It wasn't nothing. But as I drove home, David Marsh's face stayed with me. The way he'd smoothed his tie when the lights came back on. The pleasant, professional mask that never slipped. Chapter 18. The next morning, I sat at my desk with a stack of property files in front of me that I hadn't managed to look at yet. My phone lay face up beside my keyboard. The screen stayed dark. No messages, no missed calls. I picked it up anyway and checked again just to be sure. Still nothing from Jack. Vylette? I looked up. Gavin stood in the doorway of my office, holding a folder with Eleanor's address written across the tab in his neat handwriting. His expression told me he already knew what I was about to say. Eleanor's taking the house off the market, I said. Gavin's shoulders dropped. He came into the office and set the folder on my desk with more force than necessary. I have 2 solid offers here, cash buyers, both above asking. One of them even waived the inspection contingency. I know, I said. I'm sorry. This was a good sale, Vylette. He tapped the folder. A really good sale. We don't get many like this in Driftwood Cove. I leaned back in my chair and met his eyes. She was only selling because she was being scammed, I said. She needed the money to send to someone who doesn't exist. Now she knows the truth, and she's not going anywhere. Gavin let out a long breath and rubbed the back of his neck. I know. You warned me the sale might not go ahead. He shook his head. I was hoping. I understand. He picked up the folder again and held it against his chest. I'll call the buyers. They're not going to be happy. Tell them another property will come up, I said. Yeah, well, they won't be happy. My phone screen lit up on the desk. I snatched it before the notification even finished appearing. Just a spam text from a pet food supplier. I didn't even have a pet, unless I counted Edgar, which I didn't. I set the phone down again, harder than I meant to. Gavin noticed. Waiting on something? Just a message from Jack about Eleanor. He was looking into some things. And I haven't heard anything yet. I forced myself not to pick the phone up again. He's doing it on his own time. I don't want to bother him if he's busy with other cases. Gavin studied me for a moment, then nodded. Well, let me know when you hear something. I'd like to know Eleanor's all right after everything. I will. Jill looked up from her desk. Cheer up, Gavin. How about a nice latte? Gavin's expression softened slightly. That would be great, actually. Thanks, Jill. Off you go, then, Jill said, straightening and making a shooing motion with one hand. You know my regular. Gavin blinked at her. Then a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth despite himself. You're sending me to get your coffee? Our coffees, Jill corrected. I'm sure Vylette would like one too. I don't want anything, I said. Jill ignored me. See? Just the two of us then. Gavin shook his head, but he was smiling now. Fine, the usual. I'll call the buyers when I get back. Of course, Jill said. She watched him walk out of the office and then she turned back to me. Her smile faded when she saw my face. Still nothing from Jack? I glanced at my phone again. Nothing. Maybe that's good, Jill said. Maybe it means he's found something and he's too busy following leads to text. Maybe, I said, but I didn't believe it. Chapter 19. The following day, I'd stopped checking my phone for updates from Jack. It was clear no arrest of the local banker had been made. Gossip of that would have spread like wildfire over our small town. I was worried about Eleanor, so I stopped by to check on her. I sat at Eleanor's kitchen table while sunlight stretched across the worn linoleum in pale rectangles. A basket of clean laundry rested on the chair beside Eleanor. She stood at the counter, calmly folding a white dish towel. How are you? I asked. I'm fine today. Deborah dropped off her key this morning. She says she needs a fresh start after everything that's happened. She said it as if she was commenting on the weather. She folded a blouse and laid it on the small stack in front of her. I'm surprised she'd leave you at a time like this. She thinks it'll be better if she isn't underfoot while I sort things out. She said I have Daisy and Walter and you. She called it a good support system. Oh, I must tell you. I told Daisy what was going on with Roberts. I said I was sorry for not telling her, but she understood. I appreciate you not telling her. That's fine. Did Deborah say where she was going? I asked. Just away from town for a while. Eleanor smoothed the socks together and set them aside. She sounded tired. I suppose we all are. I nodded. On the surface, it made sense. People left when things turned difficult all the time. Still, something in the casual way Eleanor repeated Deborah's explanation felt like a shirt buttoned in the wrong order. Are you all right with her leaving? Eleanor hesitated, her hands resting on the edge of the basket. I keep thinking of all the years she spent here. She was here when Cyril got sick. She insisted on staying overnight that week he was in the hospital, just so the place would feel lived in when I came back. She made sure there was a light on in the window. There are a lot of memories, I said. Yes, but everything feels different now. I suppose she feels it too. She's gone and Roberts is gone. I feel even more alone. I watched her for another moment, then rose. If you need anything, I'm never far away. And you have so many friends, like Daisy. Eleanor gave a small smile. You don't need to worry about me every second. I have blocked Roberts. I've been tempted to call, but I haven't. I'm not as fragile as everyone thinks. I know. I believed that. I also believed in paying attention when something inside me tugged a little too hard. On the drive back to the office, my thoughts circled Deborah. The way Deborah had spoken up in the dining room, sounding concerned, then pulled back as soon as Eleanor bristled. The way she had vouched for Roberts at first, then claimed she hadn't. It was confusing. Her resignation might have been normal. It might have been nothing more than a woman reaching the end of what she could handle. As I locked up the office for the day, my thoughts kept circling back to Deborah. I needed Aunt Lily. Chapter 20. I knocked twice and let myself in. Aunt Lily? In the kitchen, dear. I found her at the table with a pot of tea already steeping and 2 cups waiting. She looked up from the crossword puzzle she'd been working on and smiled. I saw you pull up, thought you might like some tea. Always. I sat down across from her and accepted the cup she poured. Can I ask you about someone? Of course. Aunt Lily set down the teapot and gave me her full attention. Who are we gossiping about? Deborah Walsh. Something shifted in Aunt Lily's expression. Not surprise exactly, more like recognition. Eleanor's housekeeper. Yes, I think she might be involved in something related to what happened with Eleanor in the scam. Aunt Lily took a slow sip of her tea. You know, I worked at the credit union for a couple of years before I retired. I nodded. And? David Marsh wasn't always the manager there. He started as a regular bank officer. Nice-looking young man, very charming. She paused. He and Deborah dated for a while. This was, 7 or 8 years ago now. The information landed with a quiet click, like a puzzle piece finding its place. Deborah and David. For about 6 months, not a long time. They were quite the couple, always at the same events, always together at the cafe. Then they broke up, and Deborah left her job shortly after. What job was that? She worked as a personal assistant for one of the wealthier families in town, the Harrisons. Lovely people, very generous. Aunt Lily's mouth tightened. Until money started going missing. I set my cup down. How much money? Quite a bit, and jewellery too. Mrs. Harrison's diamond bracelet, a pearl necklace that had been in the family for generations. They never recovered any of it. And they thought Deborah took it. They were certain of it, Aunt Lily said, but there was no proof. Nothing concrete enough to take to the police. The money had been transferred in small amounts over time, always just under the threshold that would trigger alerts. The jewellery simply disappeared one afternoon while Deborah was the only one in the house. I thought about Deborah's calm demeanour at Eleanor's house, the way she seemed to know exactly what people needed. Why didn't they prosecute? Deborah threatened to sue for defamation if they accused her publicly, Aunt Lily said. Without hard proof, the Harrisons' lawyer advised them to let it go. They couldn't afford a lengthy court battle, and Deborah knew it. She shook her head. So they let her resign quietly. No charges, no public accusation, just gone. How did she get another job in Driftwood Cove after that? I asked. Word must have gotten around. Oh, it did, Aunt Lily said. But Deborah's good at what she does. She finds people who need help, people who are vulnerable or lonely. She makes herself indispensable. By the time anyone thinks to ask questions, she's already embedded herself so deeply that people don't want to believe anything bad about her. Like Eleanor, I thought. Alone after Cyril's death, grateful for Deborah's constant presence and support. Who is your friend? The one who told you about this? Margaret Chen, Aunt Lily said. Dorothy's aunt. She worked for the Harrisons too, as their cook. She was there when everything fell apart. Aunt Lily's expression darkened. Margaret swore up and down that Deborah was guilty. She said Deborah had a way of getting information out of people without them realising. Passwords, account numbers, where valuables were kept. All just friendly conversation until it wasn't. My pulse quickened. Margaret Chen, is she still in town? Moved to Portland to be closer to family recently. She was heartbroken over Dorothy. Kept saying Dorothy was too smart to kill herself, that something wasn't right about the whole thing. I stood up, my chair scraping against the floor. Why didn't you tell me all this about Deborah before? Aunt Lily's eyebrows flew up. You never asked. I'm not one to spread gossip. Do you think she's stolen something from Eleanor? Maybe. What are you going to do? Call Jack, I said, and this time he's going to listen. Well, just in case this might become important later, Deborah sometimes did Dorothy's ironing. I closed my eyes for a second. This was getting worse. Thanks. That's good to know. I was back in my car before I pulled out my phone. My hand shook slightly as I dialed. Jack answered on the first ring this time. Vylette? Jack, listen to me. I have information about Deborah Walsh. There was a pause. Go on, I'm listening. David Marsh and Deborah used to date, 7 or 8 years ago. Right around the time Deborah was fired from a job for stealing money and jewellery from her employer. It was never proven because she threatened to sue, but the family was certain she did it. And Jack, I took a breath. The person who told my aunt about all this was Margaret Chen, Dorothy Chen's aunt. He was silent. Deborah worked for Dorothy too, I continued. She did her ironing. She had access to her house, her computer, her life. And now Eleanor tells me she's left town. Vylette, let me do my job. I appreciate that you're passionate about this, and I'm spending every waking hour doing my job and looking into all this. I appreciate it. As I said before, get some rest. Okay, I just thought you should know those extra bits. It could be more than just gossip. I ended the call, then I sat in my car gripping the steering wheel, watching the empty street. Chapter 21. I drove back to the office instead of going home. The building was quiet when I let myself in. Jill had already left for the day, her desk tidy and her computer screen dark. I went to my own desk, turned on the lamp and opened my laptop. I did an internet search. Dorothy Chen's name brought up the usual results. Her obituary, a brief mention in the local paper about her death, a few social media profiles that hadn't been updated in months. I scrolled through them methodically, looking for anything that connected to Deborah Walsh. Nothing obvious appeared in Dorothy's public posts, but when I searched for Deborah's name alongside Dorothy's, a small item from the Driftwood Cove community newsletter popped up from 3 years ago. A photo of volunteers at a charity clothing drive. In the background, barely visible, stood Dorothy and Deborah side by side, both holding donation boxes. I kept searching and found a mention in the comments section of a local business review site where someone had recommended Deborah Walsh for household help. She did wonderful work for my aunt, Dorothy Chen. So they had known each other. Deborah had worked in Dorothy's home just as she'd worked in Eleanor's. I sat back and stared at the screen. The connections were there, thin threads that tied Deborah to both women who had been targeted by the same scam, both women who had David Marsh as their banker. My phone sat on the desk beside my notebook. I picked it up and scrolled to Daisy's number. She answered with her usual warmth. "Vylette, how lovely to hear from you. Is Eleanor all right?" "Eleanor's fine," I said. "I'm calling about something else, about Deborah Walsh." There was a pause. "Oh, what about her?" "Did you know she used to work for Dorothy Chen?" "I knew she did some work for Dorothy, yes," Daisy said. "Cleaning, organising, that sort of thing. Dorothy wasn't easy to work for, very particular, but Deborah managed her well enough." I picked up my pen and started taking notes. "How long did she work for Dorothy?" "Oh, a year or more, I think, maybe longer." Daisy's voice shifted, becoming more thoughtful. "Actually, now that you mention it, Roger and I saw Dorothy going into Deborah's house not long before she died. We were going past and Dorothy was at the front door. She looked upset." My pen stopped moving. "Upset how?" "Agitated, like she was there to confront someone about something." Daisy paused. "We didn't think much of it at the time. Dorothy was often worked up about one thing or another. But looking back now, it seems odd." "Daisy," I said carefully, "Deborah left town today. Eleanor told me she dropped off her key this morning and said she needed a fresh start." The silence that followed was sharp with surprise. "She wouldn't," Daisy said finally. "She wouldn't just leave Eleanor, not after all these years. Eleanor needs her more now than ever with all that Roberts drama." Eleanor seemed to take it calmly, but it didn't sit right with me. "That's very odd." Daisy's voice had taken on a new quality, something harder beneath the usual gentleness. Very odd indeed. I heard her move, the sound of a door closing softly as if she'd gone into another room. When she spoke again, her voice was quieter. "There's something else," she said. "Something I probably shouldn't tell you, but given the circumstances." She trailed off, then seemed to make up her mind. "There was an unidentified fingerprint at Dorothy's house." I sat up straighter. "A fingerprint?" "Yes. When the team went through initially, before it was ruled a death by her own hand, they were treating it as a possible murder. Standard procedure. They found a fingerprint that didn't match Dorothy or anyone in the family. It was on the handle of the desk drawer in her office." My mind raced. "How did you find that out? Did Jack tell you?" "Heavens, no. He doesn't tell me anything. One of Roger's sons is part of the forensics team. He comes to our book club when he has a day off. He mentioned it in passing before the case was closed." I thought about Jack's careful questions, the way he'd been looking into David Marsh's banking records on his own time. Had he known about the fingerprint and chosen not to share it? Or had he missed it in the reports entirely? "Did Roger's son say anything else about it?" I asked. "Just that it was strange," Daisy said. "The print was clear, like someone had pressed their hand there firmly, not just a casual touch. But once the case was ruled a suicide, I suppose it didn't matter anymore." "It matters now," I said. "I mean, if it was murder." "You think Dorothy Chen was murdered by Deborah?" "No, I wouldn't say that. I think if Deborah worked in that house regularly, her prints would be all over it," I said. "Which is exactly why one print wouldn't stand out as suspicious. It would be explained away as part of her normal work there." Daisy was quiet for a moment. "But if Dorothy went to Deborah's house that day to confront her, then maybe Deborah came back with her," I finished, "or followed her. And maybe Dorothy didn't die by her own hand after all." Vylette, Daisy said softly, be careful. If you're right about this, if Deborah really is involved in something this serious, it's not good. I know, I said. I've already called Jack and told him everything I suspect. There's nothing more I can do. Good. Daisy let out a breath. That's good. Let him handle it from here. We said goodbye and I set the phone down, but I didn't close my laptop or turn off the lamp. Instead, I pulled up everything I could find about Deborah Walsh and started reading again, this time looking for gaps instead of connections. The spaces where she'd been that had no explanation. The times she'd left jobs or moved on without clear reason. I sat at my desk, staring at the search results on my laptop screen. The connections between Deborah and Dorothy were there. The charity event photo, the review comment mentioning Deborah's work for Dorothy. It wasn't enough for Jack, not yet. I needed something solid. An idea popped into my mind and I called Danny. Chapter 22. Danny answered with his usual casual greeting. Hey, what's up? I need your help with something, I said. Can you meet me at the office? I'm already in town. Give me 5 minutes. I told him everything while we stood in the parking lot behind Driftwood Cove Properties. About Deborah and David dating years ago. About the theft from the Harrison family that was never proven. About Margaret Chen's suspicions. About Deborah working for Dorothy just like she'd worked for Eleanor. About Deborah leaving town. Danny listened without interrupting, his expression growing more serious with each detail. Where does she live? He asked when I finished. Small apartment above Driftwood Cove Pet Supplies. I looked her up in the property records. Danny's eyes narrowed slightly. She left town, you said. Let's see what she left behind. I hadn't thought of that. You think there might be something in the apartment? Only one way to find out. Danny was already walking toward his truck. Let's go see. I quickly agreed and followed him. The pet supply store was dark when we pulled up in front of it. The apartment entrance was around the side, a narrow door with peeling blue paint and a tarnished brass number 2 screwed to it at an angle. Danny tried the knob. Locked, as expected. Can you pick it? I asked. He pulled a small leather case from his pocket and unzipped it. I've opened harder locks than this. I glanced up and down the street while he worked. The block was quiet, most of the shops closed for the evening. A car passed on the main road a block over, its headlights sweeping briefly across the buildings before disappearing. There was a soft click. Danny straightened and pushed the door open. After you, he said. The stairway was narrow and smelled faintly of cat litter and old carpet. We climbed to the second floor where another door waited, this one unlocked. Danny pushed it open and we stepped inside. The apartment was small, a studio with a kitchenette on one side and a Murphy bed folded into the wall. But what struck me immediately was how empty it felt. Not just empty of Deborah, but empty of life. There were no pictures on the walls, no plants on the windowsill, no books on the single shelf. Just boxes. 4 cardboard boxes sat in the middle of the room, their flaps tucked closed but not taped, as if someone had packed in a hurry and plans to come back later. Danny opened the first box. Clothes, neatly folded. He moved to the second. Kitchen items, a few plates and mugs wrapped in newspaper. I knelt beside the third box and lifted the flaps. More clothes, a jewellery box, some framed photographs face down. I turned one over and saw Deborah standing next to David Marsh at what looked like a company picnic, both of them smiling at the camera. I set it aside and kept searching. At the bottom of the box, underneath a folded sweater, my fingers touched something hard and metallic. I pulled it out. A key. Small, brass, with a number stamped on the head. 47. "Danny," I said. He came over and looked at what I was holding. His expression changed immediately. "I recognise that key." "What is it?" "Driftwood Cove Storage," he said. "I helped Jack search some units there a few months back on a burglary case. That's their standard key, Unit 47. We looked at each other. "We should call Jack," I said. Danny was already heading for the door. "We will, after we see what's in there." Driftwood Cove Storage sat at the edge of town, a sprawling complex of metal buildings painted industrial beige. Security lights mounted on tall poles cast harsh white circles over the gravel lot. A chain-link fence surrounded the property, but the main gate stood open. Danny drove through without hesitating. "You know where Unit 47 is?" I asked. "They're numbered by building. Should be in the 4th row." We drove slowly past the first 3 buildings. Each one had a series of roll-up metal doors, the kind you'd see on a garage, painted dark green with white numbers stenciled on them. Most were padlocked. A few stood slightly ajar, revealing glimpses of furniture and boxes inside. Danny turned down the 4th row and slowed. There. Unit 47 was in the middle of the building, identical to all the others except for one detail. The padlock hung open on its hasp. Danny parked and we got out. The gravel crunched under our feet, loud in the quiet night. I could hear the distant hum of the highway and the closer sound of wind rattling through the chain-link fence. Danny lifted the padlock and let it swing free. "Someone's been here recently." "It sure feels wrong that this is open." He grabbed the handle at the bottom of the door and pulled. The metal groaned as it rolled upward, the sound echoing off the surrounding buildings. Inside, the unit was dark. Danny pulled out his phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam swept across the space, revealing a small room about 10 feet deep and 8 feet wide. More boxes lined the walls. A filing cabinet stood in the back corner, and in the centre, sitting on a folding table, was a laptop computer. I stepped inside. The air smelled stale and dusty. Danny followed, keeping his phone light moving. "Look at this," he said. He'd opened one of the boxes. Inside were files, dozens of them, each one neatly labelled with a name and a date. I pulled one out at random. Margaret Parsons, it read. Inside were printouts of bank transfers, screenshots of text messages, copies of wire transfer receipts. I opened another file. Same thing. Another name, another set of documents showing money being sent overseas, always to the same account numbers. "She kept records," I said, "of everyone she scammed." Danny had moved to the filing cabinet. He pulled open the top drawer and whistled low. "There's more here, years' worth." I crossed to the laptop and opened it. The screen lit up immediately, no password required. The desktop was clean, except for a few folders. I clicked on one labelled Active. Inside were documents for Eleanor, for 3 other women I didn't recognise, for Dorothy Chen. Dorothy's folder was the largest. I opened it and started scrolling through the files. There were screenshots of their conversations, records of transfers, notes about Dorothy's routine, her passwords, her security questions, everything someone would need to access her accounts and her life. "Vylette," Danny said quietly. Something in his voice made me turn. He was staring at the doorway. I followed his gaze. David Marsh stood there, silhouetted against the security lights outside. In his right hand, he held a gun. "Well," he said. His voice was calm, almost pleasant. This is unfortunate. Chapter 23. David stepped into the storage unit, not taking his eyes off us. The gun stayed level in his hand, pointed at the space between Danny and me. "Both of you, hands where I can see them," he ordered. I raised my hand slowly. Beside me, Danny did the same. David reached behind him without looking and pulled the metal door down with his free hand. It rolled shut with a heavy clang that seemed to echo through my chest. The overhead security lights cut off abruptly, leaving only the glow from the laptop screen and the thin strip of light that leaked in from the gap at the top of the door where it didn't quite seal. "You just couldn't leave it alone, could you?" David said. He moved deeper into the unit, keeping the gun trained on us. With his other hand, he grabbed a coil of rope from one of the boxes near the wall and tossed it at my feet. "You, pick that up." I bent slowly and lifted the rope. It was thin and scratchy against my palms, the kind used for securing loads in trucks. "Tie him up," David said, gesturing toward Danny with the gun. "Hands behind his back. Make it tight." Danny's eyes met my eyes. "It's okay," he said quietly. I moved behind him and pulled his wrists together. My hands shook as I wrapped the rope around them. I tried to leave it loose, give him some room to work with, but David stepped closer. "Tighter," he said. "I can see what you're doing. Make it tight or I'll do it myself, and I won't be as gentle." I pulled the rope harder and tied it off. Danny's fingers flexed against the binding, but he didn't make a sound. "Good." David kicked a roll of duct tape across the floor toward me. "Now cover his mouth." I picked up the tape and tore off a strip. "I'm sorry," I whispered. Danny gave a small nod. I pressed the tape over his mouth, smoothing it down. "Sit," David ordered. Danny lowered himself to the concrete floor, his back against one of the boxes. David turned his attention to me. "Your turn. Over there." He gestured to a folding chair near the filing cabinet. I walked slowly to the chair and sat. David moved behind me with quick, efficient movements. He grabbed my wrists and yanked them back. The rope bit into my skin as he wrapped it around and around, then tied it to the back of the chair. He circled around and did the same with my ankles, binding them to the chair legs. When he finished, he stepped back and looked at both of us with something like satisfaction. "There," he said. "That should hold." He set the gun down on the table next to the laptop, just out of my reach, and picked up the tape. He tore off another strip. "Wait," I said. My voice came out steadier than I felt. "It was you who killed Dorothy Chen, wasn't it?" David paused, the tape stretched between his hands. For a moment, I thought he wouldn't answer. Then he smiled, a cold thing that didn't reach his eyes. "Dorothy was asking too many questions," he said. "She figured out Roberts wasn't real, started looking into the transfers, found some irregularities in her account." He shook his head as if disappointed. "She came to me, to the bank. Wanted me to help her trace where the money went. Wanted to file a fraud report." "So you killed her," I said. "I suggested we talk about it at her house, where there was more privacy," David said. He spoke casually, as if describing a routine business meeting. "I told her I'd bring the record she needed. She let me in. We went to her office." He paused. "She had everything laid out on her desk. All her research, screenshots, bank statements, notes about Deborah. She'd connected almost all of it." "And you couldn't let her report it," I said. "Of course not." David's voice hardened. "So I took care of it. Made it look like she'd done it herself. Hung her jacket on the back of the chair, knocked over the pill bottle, typed out a sad little note on her computer. People believe what they want to believe, and everyone wanted to believe Dorothy was unstable. It wasn't hard." The coldness in his voice made my skin crawl. "So you're working with the scammers," I said. "You and Deborah." David laughed. "Working with the scammers? Vylette, Deborah was the scammer. She used that computer over there to do most of the work." He gestured at the laptop on the table. "Created the profiles, found the marks, built the relationships. Some people are so gullible. All she had to do was tell them what they wanted to hear." I thought of Eleanor, reading those messages every morning, believing someone cared about her dreams, her day, her roses. I pushed my luck some more and continued. "And you helped move the money." "I facilitated the transfers," David corrected. "Made sure everything went smoothly on the banking end. Kept the questions to a minimum. For a percentage, of course." "Of course," I said bitterly. David picked up the duct tape again. "You know, this really is unfortunate. I liked you, Vylette. You're smart, good at your job. If you'd just stayed in your lane and sold the house like you were supposed to, none of this would have happened." "Where's Deborah now?" I asked. "Somewhere far away by now, I imagine." David tore off a strip of tape. "She was always the smart one, knew when to cut and run. Me?" He leaned closer. "I have a few loose ends to tie up first." He pressed the tape over my mouth. David stepped back and surveyed his work. "I'll be back to dispose of you properly," he said. "Shouldn't take too long. No food, no water, no one knows you're here. Give it a day or two and the heat will take care of the rest." He picked up the gun and slipped it into his jacket. "Try not to make too much noise, not that anyone will hear you." He walked to the door and grabbed the handle. The metal groaned as he pulled it up just enough to duck under, then let it slam back down. I heard the sound of the padlock clicking into place, then the bolt sliding home with a heavy thunk. Then footsteps on gravel moving away. A car door opened and closed. An engine started. I listened to the sound of David's car driving away until it faded completely into the night. The storage unit fell into darkness, broken only by that thin strip of light at the top of the door. The laptop had gone to sleep, its screen now black. Beside me, I could hear Danny breathing hard through his nose, already working at the ropes around his wrists. I tested my own bindings. The rope held tight. The chair didn't budge. We were locked in a storage unit at the edge of town where no one would think to look for us. And David Marsh was out there, free, with enough time to cover his tracks and disappear before anyone realized we were gone. I closed my eyes and thought about Edgar and the captain waiting for me at Briggs Manor. It was so late. They'd be wondering where I was. Edgar would be pacing by the door, listening for my car. The captain would be standing at the window, watching the driveway. They'd never know what happened to me. I thought about my life and what it had become. I'd thought I'd marry and have children with Kevin Hughes, build the kind of future people talked about in greeting cards. Instead, he'd turned out to be a complete horror story. Dumped me, married someone else, got a different woman pregnant while we were still together. Then I thought about that baby. It would be born by now, walking, maybe talking, living a whole life I'd never be part of. A tear trickled down my cheek and soaked into the duct tape. If this was the end, I'd never be a mother, never get married, never have those Sunday mornings with someone I loved, or watch a child grow up, or build the kind of life I'd imagined when I was younger. My life was probably going to end. Just when I thought I'd found some solid ground in Driftwood Cove, some purpose in my work and my gift for seeing what others couldn't, here I was, tied to a chair in a storage unit, waiting to die. I realised Danny had gone quiet, too quiet. Then I heard it. A soft snore. He'd fallen asleep. Exhaustion or shock, or just his body shutting down to conserve energy, I didn't know. I nudged him with my foot as hard as I could manage with my ankles bound to the chair legs. He made a muffled noise behind the tape. Stirred. Another sound, more alert this time. I should have let him sleep. What was the point of waking him? So we could both sit here in the dark, thinking about how no one was coming. So we could both count down the hours until dehydration or heat, or just time itself finished what David had started. What would happen when I died? Would I turn into a ghost like the captain? Would I drift through Briggs Manor, another lost soul trying to make sense of how everything had gone so wrong? At least I'd have company there. Chapter 24. Jack sat across from Deborah Walsh in the small interrogation room at the Driftwood Cove police station. She'd been there for 3 hours now. Jack had found out she was on the only bus to leave town in the last 24 hours. His mother and Roger had seen her waiting there, and after what Vylette had told her, she'd called him. The composure she'd carried when she'd been hauled off that bus started to crack. "We have your financial records," Jack said. He tapped the folder in front of him. "Transfers from overseas accounts that match dates when Eleanor Whitmore sent money. Same pattern with Dorothy Chen. Same pattern with 3 other women we've identified so far." Deborah stared at the table. "We have testimony from the Harrison family about missing money and jewellery from 7 years ago," Jack continued. "We have your connection to David Marsh. We have enough to charge you with fraud, conspiracy, possibly accessory to murder." Deborah's head came up at that last word. "Murder? I didn't murder anyone." "Dorothy Chen died under suspicious circumstances," Jack said. "You worked in her house. You had access to her computer, her accounts, her life. And right before she died, she figured out the scam." "That wasn't me," Deborah said. Her voice rose slightly. "That was David. Dorothy came to me, yes, she was upset. She'd figured out Roberts wasn't real, and she thought I might know something because I'd helped Eleanor with her computer once. I told her to go to the bank, talk to David, file a report." She leaned forward, her hands flat on the table. "I told her to go to David because I thought he'd help her. I didn't know what he was going to do." Jack studied her face. "You expect me to believe you didn't know David was going to kill her?" "I didn't know until after," Deborah said. "He called me that night, told me what he'd done, said it was necessary, that Dorothy was going to expose everything." Her voice dropped. "He said if I tried to say anything, he'd make sure I went down for it too. He had copies of all my messages to the Marks, all the evidence that showed I was running the scam. He said no one would believe I wasn't involved in Dorothy's death." Jack let the silence stretch. "I want a deal," Deborah said finally. "I'll tell you everything, every account, every transfer, every person I scammed. I'll testify against David for Dorothy's murder. But I want immunity for that. I wasn't there. I didn't kill her. That was all him." Jack leaned back in his chair. "Where is David now?" "I don't know. Home, probably. Or at the bank. He wanted me gone so he could clean things up, make sure there were no loose ends." "What kind of loose ends?" Deborah's expression shifted. "Anyone asking too many questions. Anyone who might connect him to the scam or to Dorothy. She paused. Has anyone been asking questions? Jack felt something cold settle in his chest. Why? Because David doesn't leave loose ends, Deborah said. That's what he told me. When he called about Dorothy, he said it so calmly, like he was describing filing paperwork. I took care of the loose end, he said. Now she can't cause any problems. Jack stood up abruptly. Write down everything about the storage unit. Location, unit number, what's in it, everything. Why? Just do it. Jack grabbed his phone and stepped out of the room. He dialed Vylette's number while walking down the hall. It rang 4 times, then went to voicemail. Vylette, it's Jack. Call me as soon as you get this. It's important. He tried again. Same result. Jack checked his watch. Nearly midnight. Late, but not impossibly late. Vylette might be home, phone on silent, already asleep. Except she'd been agitated about Deborah earlier, insistent that something was wrong. Would she really just go home and go to sleep? Jack called Danny's number. It rang once, then went straight to voicemail, as if the phone was off or dead. Now the cold feeling spread. He found Jill's number and called it. She didn't know where her brother was, or where Vylette was. He went back into the interrogation room. Deborah had written an address on the paper in front of her and a unit number. 47. The storage unit, Jack said. What's in it? Records, Deborah said. Files on everyone we've worked. The laptop I used for the scam profiles. Backup hard drives. Everything. Would David go there? Maybe, if he thought someone found it. Deborah looked up at him. Why? What's wrong? Jack didn't answer. He took the paper and left. I had lost track of time in the darkness. My mouth was dry under the duct tape. My wrists burned where the rope had rubbed the skin raw. The thin strip of light at the top of the door had shifted from one side to the other as the sun moved, so I knew hours had passed. Morning, I thought. It had to be morning. Danny had stopped trying to work at his ropes. I could hear his breathing, slower now, exhausted. The heat was already building. The metal walls of the storage unit turned it into an oven. Sweat ran down my back and soaked into my shirt. I thought about Edgar again, about whether anyone would take care of him when I was gone. Then I heard it. Sirens, distant at first, then growing louder. Multiple vehicles coming fast. I straightened in the chair as much as I could manage. Beside me, Danny's head came up. The sirens got louder, closer. Then they stopped. Car doors slammed. Voices shouted outside. I heard the rattle of the chain-link fence, the crunch of gravel under running feet. Unit 47, someone yelled. Jack's voice. The bolt scraped. Metal groaned as the padlock was cut. Then the door rolled up with a screech and daylight flooded in, so bright after the darkness that I had to close my eyes against it. Jack was there, his face tight with worry. Behind him, 3 officers crowded into the doorway. Get them out, Jack said. Careful with the ropes. Medic! Hands worked at the bindings on my wrists. The duct tape came off my mouth in one quick pull that made my eyes water. Vylette, Jack said. He crouched in front of my chair while one of the officers cut through the rope. Are you hurt? I'm okay, I said. My voice came out hoarse and cracked. David Marsh, he was here. He tied us up. He's the one who killed Dorothy Chen. He admitted it. I know, Jack said. We have Deborah in custody. She gave him up. We've got an APB out for David now. The last of the rope fell away. Jack helped me stand. My legs nearly gave out and he caught me. Easy, you've been here all night. Danny, I said, I'm fine. Danny's voice came from behind me. Another officer was helping him up, steadying him while he found his balance. Just really thirsty. A paramedic appeared with bottles of water. I took one and drank half of it in one long pull. Police cars blocked the access road, their lights still flashing. An ambulance sat with its back doors open. The laptop, I said, in the storage unit, and the files. Deborah kept records of everyone she scammed. Everything you need is in there. We'll get it all, Jack said. Right now, I need you to sit down before you fall down. The paramedic took over, leading me to the back of the ambulance. I sat on the bumper while she checked my vitals and looked at the rope burns on my wrists. Danny sat beside me a moment later, drinking his own water. We didn't say anything. We didn't need to. We were alive. Chapter 25. The paramedics insisted on checking us both thoroughly, despite our protest that we were fine. They cleaned and bandaged the rope burns on my wrists, took my blood pressure twice, shone lights in my eyes, and made me drink another bottle of water while they watched. You're dehydrated, but not dangerously so, the paramedic said. You'll need to keep drinking fluids and rest. If you feel dizzy or nauseous, get to a hospital. I will, I promised. Danny got the same lecture. He nodded along patiently, already looking more like himself now that we were out of that storage unit and back in the fresh air and sunlight. Jack appeared at my elbow as the paramedic finished. I'm driving you home, he said. It wasn't a question. I have my car. We'll get it later, Jack said. Right now, you're getting rest. I'll take your official statement when you're up to it. No rush. I was too tired to argue. I let him guide me to his car and help me into the passenger seat. We drove in silence for the first few minutes. The familiar roads of Driftwood Cove passed by the window, looking exactly as they always had, as if the world hadn't just tilted sideways. Deborah confessed, Jack said finally. Everything. The scam, the overseas accounts, her partnership with David. She's claiming she had nothing to do with Dorothy's death, that it was all David. It was, I said. He admitted it to me, right before he taped my mouth shut. I looked down at my bandaged wrists. He was so calm about it, like he was describing filing paperwork. Jack's hands tightened on the steering wheel. We'll get him. Every cop in 3 counties is looking for his car. He won't get far. Good. We pulled up the long driveway to Briggs Manor. The house stood waiting, solid and familiar. Edgar would be inside, probably sulking that I'd been gone all night. The captain would be somewhere too, watching. Jack put the car in park and reached for his door handle. I'll walk you in. Before he could open the door, the sky darkened directly above his car. A black cloud materialised out of nowhere, dense and roiling, blocking out the morning sun. Then it opened up. Rain poured down in a solid sheet, drumming on the roof of the car and the hood with startling force. It hammered against Jack's window, running in rivers down the glass. Jack stared up at it. Where did that come from? I looked down at myself. My clothes were completely dry. Not a drop of rain had touched me. Jack noticed at the same moment. His gaze moved from the deluge outside to me sitting calm and dry beside him, then back to the rain. I'll be fine, Jack, really. He looked at me, then at the rain still pouring down exclusively on his car, then back at me. Understanding dawned slowly across his features. He'd seen enough strange things in this town to know when something wasn't natural. Right, he said. Yes. You call me when you've had some rest, and I'll come get you so we can get your car and do that statement. I will. Thank you, Jack, for everything. I opened my door and stepped out. The rain stopped the moment my feet touched the gravel. I walked up the steps to the front door without a single drop touching me. Behind me, I heard Jack's car door open. I glanced back and saw him standing in the driveway, completely soaked, water dripping from his hair and running down his jacket. He was staring at the sky, where the black cloud was already starting to dissipate. I gave him a small wave from the porch. He shook his head slowly, got back in his car and drove away. The moment his car turned onto the main road, the cloud disappeared entirely. The sun came out again, bright and warm, as if it had never been gone. I turned to open the front door and found the captain standing on the porch behind me. His arms were folded across his chest. His jaw was set in a hard line. He paced 3 steps to the left, then 3 steps back to the right, then repeated the motion. Like some jealous boyfriend who'd been waiting up all night for an explanation. "Really?" I said. "The rain cloud?" The captain stopped pacing and glared at me. "Where were you?" "Working," I said. "All night?" His voice had an edge to it I'd rarely heard. "With him?" "With Danny, actually. We were investigating Deborah Walsh, and we found her storage unit, and then David Marsh showed up and tied us both up and left us there to die." I pushed past him and opened the front door. "It's been a long night, Captain. I'm tired and sore, and I need to sleep." The captain followed me inside. His expression had shifted from anger to something closer to alarm. "Someone tried to kill you?" "Yes." I headed for the stairs. Edgar appeared from the kitchen, cawing loudly in complaint. I ignored him. "David Marsh, the banker. He's the one who killed Dorothy Chen. He confessed to it right before he tied me up." "And this detective," the captain said, his tone still carrying an edge. "He let this happen?" "Jack didn't know where we were," I said. I reached my bedroom and pushed the door open. "He found us this morning. He rescued us. Which you'd know if you hadn't been too busy making rain clouds." The captain had the grace to look slightly abashed. "I didn't like how he looked at you." "He looks at me like a colleague who was worried I might be dead." I started pulling off my shoes. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to shower and sleep for approximately 12 hours. The captain stayed in the doorway. "You're certain you're all right?" "I'm fine," I said, more gently this time. "Rope burns and dehydration. Nothing that won't heal." He nodded slowly. "I should have." "You couldn't have known," I said. "No one knew where we were. That's why David thought he could get away with it." The captain stood there a moment longer, then gave a slight bow. "Rest then. I'll keep watch." "Thank you, Captain." He faded from view. I managed to shower, change into clean clothes, and crawl into bed before exhaustion pulled me under. The last thought I had before sleep took me was that the captain's rain cloud had been ridiculous and petty and strangely comforting all at once. At least someone was watching out for me, even if he did get jealous of living detectives. Chapter 26. I thought I'd sleep for a couple of hours and then in the afternoon give Jack my statement, but I slept all the way through until the following afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the bedroom windows when I finally opened my eyes. The clock on the nightstand read 2:17 p.m. I'd slept for nearly 18 hours. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. I reached for it, my wrists protesting the movement. The rope burns were stiff and sore under the bandages. A text from Jack lit up the screen. "We got him. David Marsh in custody. Call me when you're awake." I sat up carefully. My whole body ached. but it was the dull ache of healing rather than fresh injury. I called Jack. He answered immediately. "Vylette, how are you feeling?" "Like I slept for a day," I said. "We got David last night. He was trying to cross the state line." Jack's voice carried a note of satisfaction. "Pulled him over about 2 hours after we found you. He had a suitcase in the trunk, 10,000 in cash, and a fake ID." "I'm so pleased." "Your car's outside, by the way. I had an officer drive it over this morning. Didn't want you worrying about it." "Thank you. That was thoughtful." "We've got him on multiple counts of fraud, conspiracy, kidnapping, attempted murder, and murder 1 for Dorothy Chen. His fingerprints were all over her house. Deborah's already confessed and given us everything." He paused. "I went by Eleanor's yesterday evening. She's shaken but relieved. Walter was there with her. She asked about you." "I'll stop by today," I said. "Take your time. And Vylette," his voice softened, "I'm sorry I didn't listen sooner. I need your statement when you're ready." "You found us in time," I said. "That's what matters." When we hung up, I sat for a moment looking at the phone in my hand. David Marsh was in custody. Deborah had confessed. The evidence was mounting. Justice, slow and imperfect as it was, seemed to be working. But there was still one person I needed to see. I got up, careful of my sore muscles, and got dressed. I grabbed my keys and headed downstairs. The captain was waiting in the front hall, looking considerably less agitated than he had yesterday. "You're going out," he observed. "I am. To see Eleanor." He nodded. "The woman who was nearly swindled." "The woman who listened when it mattered," I corrected. "The woman who heard her husband's voice and stopped the scam before it was too late." The captain's expression shifted slightly. "Cyril's voice." "You heard it too?" "The whole house heard it," the captain said. "It's been a very long time since Cyril Whitmore raised his voice like that. Even in death, he's protecting her." "Love doesn't end," I said quietly. "No," the captain agreed. "It doesn't." I stepped past him toward the door, then paused. "Thank you for the rain cloud, by the way, even if it was petty." The corner of his mouth lifted in something that might have been a smile. I thought it was rather effective. Jack thought it was supernatural intervention. "Good," the captain said. "Let him wonder." I shook my head and left him standing there, probably already planning his next dramatic weather display. Some things, I was learning, never changed. Chapter 27. I drove to Eleanor's house with the windows down, letting the afternoon air clear the last of the fog from my mind. Eleanor's house stood quiet when I pulled up. The roses along the fence were blooming despite everything. I walked up the front steps and knocked. The door opened almost immediately. Walter stood there, still in his work clothes but without the usual layer of garden dirt. He looked tired but steady. "Come in, Vylette. Eleanor will want to see you." "How is she?" I asked quietly. "Holding up better than I expected." Walter stepped back to let me pass. "She's in the kitchen." I found Eleanor at her table with a cup of tea in front of her. She looked smaller than usual, her shoulders drawn in, but her eyes were clear. When she saw me, she stood up immediately. "Vylette." She crossed the kitchen and took both my hands in hers, then saw the bandages on my wrists. "Oh, my dear, Jack told me what happened, that you and Danny were locked in that storage unit all night because of me." "Not because of you," I said firmly, "because of David Marsh and Deborah Walsh. This was never your fault, Eleanor." Her eyes filled with tears, but she blinked them back. "I heard about the arrests, both of them. Jack came by last night to tell me." She released my hands and gestured to the table. "Sit, please. Can I get you tea?" "I'll get it," Walter said from the doorway. He moved to the counter and started preparing a cup without being asked, clearly familiar with Eleanor's kitchen. I sat down across from Eleanor. "How are you really doing?" Eleanor wrapped both hands around her own cup. "I keep thinking about Dorothy," she said, "about how she must have felt when she realized what was happening, how scared she must have been." She looked up at me. "Jack said David killed her because she figured out the scam, that she went to him for help and he murdered her instead." "That's what he told me," I said, "right before he locked Danny and me in that storage unit." Eleanor's face went pale. "He would have killed you too." "He tried," I said, "but Jack found us in time." Walter set a cup of tea in front of me and rested his hand briefly on Eleanor's shoulder. She reached up and covered his hand with hers, holding it there for a moment before he moved away. "I was such a fool," Eleanor said. "Deborah was in my house for years, making tea, doing laundry, listening to me talk about Cyril and the girls and everything that mattered to me. And the whole time she was—" Eleanor's voice broke slightly. "She was using all of it, learning about me so she could help scam me better." "She was good at what she did," I said. "That's what made her dangerous. She knew how to find people who needed someone to care about them, and then she used that need against them." "But I should have seen it," Eleanor said. "I should have known Roberts wasn't real. I should have listened to my daughters, to Deborah herself when she tried to warn me, to you when you questioned the sale. Instead, I convinced myself everyone else was wrong and I was right." Walter pulled out the chair next to Eleanor and sat down. "You wanted to believe someone could love you again," he said quietly. "There's nothing foolish about that." Eleanor looked at him. "But Roberts wasn't real." "No," Walter agreed. "He wasn't." He held her gaze. "But I am." A small, fragile smile crossed Eleanor's face. "You are." I sipped my tea and gave them a moment. Through the window over the sink, I could see the garden Walter had been tending for 15 years, the daffodils he'd planted every October, the hedge he trimmed, the roses he'd helped prune, all the quiet ways he'd been showing up that Eleanor hadn't noticed until now. "Jack said they found records of dozens of women," Eleanor said, looking at me. 30 at least, all of them being scammed the same way I was. "More than 30 now," I said. "They're still going through the files. Deborah kept detailed records of everything." "How could she do that to people?" Eleanor's voice carried genuine bewilderment. "How could she spend years with them, learning their lives, their losses, their hopes, and then just use it all to steal from them?" "I don't know," I said honestly. "Some people see other people's vulnerability as weakness to exploit rather than humanity to respect." "And David," Eleanor said, "I trusted him with my retirement account. Cyril and I saved for 40 years, and I was going to hand it all over to a man who murdered someone." She shook her head. "If Cyril hadn't—" She trailed off. "Hadn't what?" I asked, though I already knew. "Hadn't shouted," Eleanor said, "when the lights went out and I heard his voice. He never shouted at me in 40 years of marriage, but he shouted then. He said, 'No,' like he was physically trying to stop me from signing those papers." She looked down at her tea. "Part of me wonders if I imagined it. If it was just the shock of the power going out, my mind playing tricks." "You didn't imagine it," I said. "I heard it too. So did Deborah and David. Eleanor's eyes widened slightly. You heard Cyril? I did, clear as anything. Love doesn't end, Eleanor, even after death. Cyril's still watching out for you. Tears spilled over this time. Eleanor didn't try to stop them. I miss him so much, she whispered. Every single day. That's why Robert seemed so wonderful. He filled the empty space Cyril left behind. Walter reached over and took her hand. You don't have to fill that space with someone else, he said. Cyril was Cyril. No one can replace him. But maybe there's room for something new alongside the missing him. Eleanor looked at their joined hands, then up at Walter's face. You've been here the whole time, haven't you? Just waiting. 15 years, Walter said. I can wait longer if you need me to. I don't want you to wait anymore, Eleanor said softly. I stood up quietly. I should go, let you two talk. Eleanor looked up. Will you come back? Soon? Of course, I said. Any time you need me. Walter walked me to the door. At the threshold he paused. Thank you, he said, for everything you did. For Eleanor, for figuring out what was happening, for nearly getting yourself killed to stop it. I didn't plan on the nearly getting killed part, I said. Still. Walter's weathered face was serious. She wouldn't have made it through this without you. None of us would have. I nodded and stepped out onto the porch. Through the window, I could see Eleanor still sitting at the kitchen table, her hands wrapped around her teacup, her expression thoughtful rather than devastated. She'd be all right. It would take time, but she had people around her who genuinely cared, people who showed up without wanting anything in return except to see her safe and happy. That was the difference between Walter and Robert's John. One was real and patient and present. The other was a fantasy designed to exploit loneliness. Eleanor had chosen reality. Finally. I drove home feeling lighter than I had in days, ready to give my statement to Jack and close this chapter once and for all. Chapter 28. I was feeling much better, so I went into the office the next day. The rope burns on my wrists had receded, and the ache in my muscles had faded to a dull soreness that I could mostly ignore. Jill had brought muffins and made a fuss over me for the first 10 minutes, then mercifully let me get back to work. I was halfway through updating a property listing when the front door burst open. Baz Matthews charged in with a fistful of paperwork clutched in one hand and a set of keys in the other. He crossed the office in 3 long strides and slammed both down on my desk, hard enough to make my coffee mug jump. There, he said. The Chen family gave me the listing, but the house is haunted. Your specialty. I've talked to the family. They've agreed for you to take it on. I frowned and looked down at the papers. Dorothy Chen's address stared back at me from the top of the listing sheet. Then I looked back at Baz. Haunted? What do you mean? Ghosts, Baz said, waving his hand dramatically, like, boo. I know what a ghost is, I said, but what actually happened? Baz pulled out the chair across from my desk and sat down, his expression shifting from irritated to storytelling mode. The family tried to show the property to 3 different potential buyers. Each time, they couldn't unlock the front door. Key wouldn't turn. They talked about getting a locksmith, standing right there on the porch discussing it, and then suddenly, the door just opened on its own. On its own, I repeated. Wide open. No one touched it. Baz leaned back in the chair. Then, once they got inside, doors started slamming. Bedroom doors, closet doors, the bathroom door. Bang, 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 one after another. Scared 2 of the buyers off completely. The third one lasted until a picture fell off the wall and shattered at his feet. I thought about Dorothy standing in her hallway, desperate to tell someone what had happened to her. About the way she'd appeared to me, visible and determined. "No one will buy it in this condition," Baz continued. "Hence, no commission for us. And frankly, it was too low priced for my agency anyway. But you..." He gestured at me with something that might have been grudging respect. "You handle these situations, so it's yours." I grabbed the paperwork and the keys. "Thank you, I'll take it." Baz stood up and took a step back, straightening his jacket. "You know, I once thought there was only room for one real estate agency in this town. Now I realise that there is enough room. We'll take the prestige properties while you handle our leftovers." He gave me a nod that was almost cordial. "Good day to you, Vylette West." He stepped outside, the door closing quietly behind him this time, instead of slamming. Gavin looked up from his desk, where he'd been pretending not to listen. "I'm sorry I didn't say anything." "Don't worry," I said, looking down at Dorothy's address. "We got another listing." Gavin smiled. What he doesn't realise is that these places sell quickly, while he can wait 2 years for his prestige properties to sell. "His loss," I said, but I was already reaching for my phone. Danny answered on the second ring. "Hey, how are you feeling?" "Better," I said. "Listen, I need you to come with me somewhere. Dorothy Chen's house." There was a pause. "The family's trying to sell it. They gave Baz the listing, but the house is being difficult. Doors slamming, locks not working. Dorothy's still there, Danny. She needs closure." "When do you want to go?" "Now," I said. "Can you meet me there in 20 minutes? "I'll be there in 15. Danny's truck was already parked in Dorothy's driveway when I pulled up. He was leaning against the hood, barefoot as usual, squinting up at the house. "You can feel it, can't you?" I said as I got out of my car. "Yeah." Danny pushed off from the truck. "It's different from last time. Heavier, like she's wound tighter." I looked up at the second floor windows. One of the curtains moved slightly, though there was no breeze. She's been waiting. David's been arrested, but she doesn't know it yet. She's still stuck in that moment, still trying to tell someone what happened. "So tell her," Danny said. He nodded toward the front door. "Go in alone. I think she needs to hear it from you." "You're not coming?" "I'll wait out here. This is between you and her." Danny's expression was serious. "Give her closure, Vylette. Let her move on." I took the keys from my pocket and walked up the front steps. The key slid into the lock easily this time. I turned it and the door opened without resistance. "Dorothy," I said quietly as I stepped inside. "It's Vylette. I have news." The hallway felt different than it had before. The air was still cold, but it didn't have the desperate, reaching quality it had carried when I first encountered Dorothy's spirit. Now it felt watchful, waiting. I closed the door behind me and moved into the front room. The furniture was still covered in sheets. Dust motes drifted through the afternoon light coming in through the windows. "They arrested him," I said to the empty room. "David Marsh. The police pulled him over trying to flee the state. He's in custody now. He confessed to killing you, Dorothy. He admitted everything." The temperature dropped another few degrees. I could see my breath now, small white clouds in the air. "Deborah was arrested too," I continued. "She told the police about the scam, about how she and David worked together. All the women you were trying to protect by figuring it out. They know now. You saved them, Dorothy. Eleanor Whitmore especially. She almost lost everything, but she didn't sign the papers. Your death wasn't for nothing." The air around me shifted. It felt like someone had taken a breath, like the house itself was exhaling. "You can rest now," I said softly. "Justice is coming. David will go to trial for your murder. Deborah will face charges for the fraud. Everyone knows what they did. You don't have to keep fighting anymore." For a moment, nothing happened. Then I felt it, a warmth spreading through the cold air, starting from somewhere near the centre of the room and moving outward. Not the oppressive heat of anger or desperation, but something gentler. Relief. The curtains stopped moving. The creaking sounds that had been constant in the background faded away. And then I saw her. Dorothy stood in the doorway to her office, exactly where I'd seen her that first day. But this time she wasn't frantic. She looked peaceful, tired, but at peace. She smiled at me, just a small curve of her lips, but it transformed her features. "Thank you," she said. Her voice was clear and strong, not the desperate whisper it had been before. Then she was gone. The warmth intensified for a moment, rising up through the house like a wave, and then it too disappeared. The temperature returned to normal. The house settled with a final, gentle creak. Outside, I heard Danny shout. I ran to the door and threw it open. Danny stood in the middle of the front lawn, staring up at the sky with his mouth open. "Did you see that?" he called. "See what?" "A streak of white light, shot straight up from the house and disappeared into the sky." He turned to look at me, his eyes wide. "Like a shooting star, but going the wrong direction." I looked up, but saw only blue sky and a few scattered clouds. "She's gone," I said. Dorothy moved on. Danny lowered his gaze from the sky to my face. "How do you feel?" I thought about it. The house behind me felt empty now, but not in a sad way, just neutral, ready for new occupants, new memories, a new beginning. "I feel good," I said. This one ended right. Danny walked over and stood beside me on the front steps. "Not all of them do." "No," I agreed, but this one did. We stood there for a moment in the afternoon sun, looking at the house that had held so much pain and was now finally, mercifully, at peace. Then I locked the door, pocketed the keys, and went back to work. Chapter 29. On the way home that evening, I stopped by the retirement home to visit Daisy. I found her in the community room with Roger, both of them standing near the piano with sheet music in their hands. A few other residents sat in chairs around them, applauding as they finished the final notes of Some Enchanted Evening. Daisy's voice had a clear, sweet quality that belied her age. Roger's baritone harmonised perfectly with it. When they finished, they took exaggerated bows while their small audience clapped. "Vylette!" Daisy spotted me in the doorway and hurried over, her face bright. "What a lovely surprise!" "I didn't mean to interrupt," I said. "Nonsense, we were just finishing up." Daisy linked her arm through mine and led me to a quiet corner while Roger packed up the sheet music. "I heard about the arrests, both David and Deborah. Is it true?" "It's true," I said. "Jack pulled David over trying to leave the state. Deborah's already confessed to the fraud." Daisy pressed her hand to her chest. "Thank goodness! Eleanor must be so relieved." "She is. I saw her earlier. Walter was there." "Walter?" Daisy's eyes sparkled. "Well, that's about time. That man has been devoted to her for 15 years. I'm glad she's finally seeing what's been right in front of her. They seem happy, I said. As they should be, Daisy squeezed my arm. Thank you for listening to me when I told you something was wrong. If Bass had gotten her house to sell, Eleanor would be in the poorhouse by now. Instead, she's getting chummy with her lovely neighbour. Roger and I will visit with them tomorrow. That's wonderful, I said. It is. Daisy studied my face. How are you? Jack told me what happened in that storage unit. I'm fine, I said. Sore, but fine. It could have been much worse. But it wasn't, thank goodness. Daisy patted my hand. You're a brave girl, Vylette. Foolish, perhaps. I smiled. I've been called worse. Roger joined us then, tucking his reading glasses into his shirt pocket. Vylette, good to see you. Daisy's been worried. I'm tougher than I look, I said. Clearly. Roger gave me a kind smile. We're heading for a meal. Will you join us? Thank you, but I need to get home and rest, I said. Another time. I said my goodbyes and headed for the exit. I pushed through the front doors and nearly walked straight into someone coming up the steps. Vylette! I looked up and found myself face to face with Detective Jack Sullivan. He steadied me with a hand on my elbow, then his gaze dropped to my wrists. He took my arm gently and turned it so he could see the bandages and the bruising that had started to bloom around the edges. How are you feeling? He asked. I'm fine, I said. Then, because that felt inadequate after everything, I added, Thank you for saving my life. I don't think I properly thanked you. Jack smiled. It softened the serious lines of his face. All in a day's work, as they say. Still, if you hadn't found us when you did. But I did, Jack said firmly, so let's focus on that. He released my arm but didn't step back. What are you doing here? Visiting your mother, I said. She recommended me to Eleanor. Of course she did. Jack shook his head slightly, but there was affection in it. My mother has her fingers in every pie in this town. He paused. Though I'll say this, her instincts are usually right, even if her methods are her own. She was the one who knew something was wrong, I said. She told me to look into it, to make sure Eleanor was all right. If she hadn't said something, I might not have paid as much attention. Well, she was right this time. Jack's expression shifted. I am annoyed that I didn't see through Deborah at the start. I was fooled because I was told she'd saved Eleanor from scammers in the past. She played a good long game, even tried to cover her tracks to make it look like Robert's John was located overseas. He made a sound in the back of his throat. She even named him something like a scammer in another country would call themselves, so don't worry about being fooled. Everyone was. Well, that makes me feel a little better. Thanks again, Vylette. We stood there for a moment, neither of us quite moving. The late afternoon sun caught in Jack's dark hair. His hand was still close to my elbow, not touching, but near enough that I could feel the warmth. Something fluttered in my chest that had nothing to do with being rescued from a storage unit. I stepped back suddenly, breaking the moment. I should go. Right, of course. Jack cleared his throat. I'll need you to come in tomorrow to make your statement, if you're up to it. I'll be there, I said. Morning work for you? 10 o'clock? Perfect. I moved past him down the steps, acutely aware of his gaze following me. When I reached my car, I glanced back. He was still standing at the top of the steps, watching. He raised his hand in a small wave. I returned it, got in my car, and drove away with my heart beating just a little faster than it should have been. Swiped Right into Murder. Copyright 2026 by Eva Onyx. Production copyright 2026 by Eva Onyx.